The ancient mountains of Calabria rose from the Mediterranean like weathered sentinels, their peaks shrouded in mist that drifted down through olive groves and vineyards toward the small village of Lauropoli. Here, in the year 1891, a child was born who would one day reshape the criminal landscape of America, though on that cold February morning, such grandiose futures seemed as distant as the stars themselves. Francesco Castiglia entered the world in a stone house that had sheltered his family for generations, its walls thick enough to block the winter winds that swept across the Calabrian countryside. The house stood on a narrow street that wound between similar dwellings, each one home to families who had worked the same rocky soil for centuries, scratching out livings from land that seemed determined to resist their efforts. The smell of wood smoke and cooking olive oil drifted through the small rooms, mixing with the scents of herbs that hung drying from the ceiling beams. Young Francesco's earliest memories would be painted in the muted colors of poverty and resignation. His father, Luigi Castiglia, possessed hands roughened by decades of manual labor, fingers permanently stained with the dirt of fields that belonged to other men. Luigi worked as a day laborer, rising before dawn to walk miles to whatever employment he could find, returning home after sunset with barely enough coins to feed his growing family. The weight of responsibility showed in the deep lines around his eyes, in the way his shoulders curved inward, as if permanently bent under an invisible burden. Francesco's mother, Maria, moved through their small home with the quiet efficiency of a woman who had learned to make much from little. Her days began in darkness as she prepared bread from flour that had to last the week, her hands working the dough with the same rhythmic motions her mother had taught her and her mother's mother before that. She would spend hours mending clothes by candlelight, her needle moving with practiced precision to extend the life of every garment for months beyond their natural endurance. Her voice, when she sang the old songs while working, carried traces of a sadness that seemed woven into the very fabric of their existence. The Castiglia children understood, without being told, that they lived in a world where every coin mattered, where broken things were fixed rather than replaced, where dreams were luxuries their family could not afford. Francesco learned to walk in shoes that had been worn by his older brothers, to eat from chipped plates that held just enough food to quiet the persistent ache of hunger. He watched his parents' faces during the long winter evenings when they thought the children were sleeping, saw the worry that creased their foreheads as they counted and recounted the few coins that represented their security against starvation. The village of Lauropoli itself seemed trapped in an earlier century, its narrow streets unpaved, its buildings constructed from the same gray stone that dotted the surrounding hills. The church dominated the central square, its bell tower rising above the red tile roofs like a finger pointing toward heaven, though heaven seemed remarkably distant from the daily struggles of its parishioners. Market days brought farmers from the surrounding countryside, their carts loaded with produce that would feed the more prosperous families in the regional capitals, leaving only the least desirable items for local consumption. Francesco absorbed these early lessons in scarcity and limitation, but unlike many of his contemporaries, he began to question why such conditions had to be accepted as inevitable. He noticed that certain families in the village seemed immune to the grinding poverty that affected everyone else, that some men wore better clothes and carried themselves with a confidence that suggested hidden sources of income. These observations would plant seeds that would not fully germinate for many years, but even as a child, Francesco possessed an unusually acute awareness of the subtle hierarchies that governed his small world. The decision to leave Italy did not come suddenly, but rather grew from months of whispered conversations between Luigi and Maria, discussions that took place after the children had been sent to bed, but which carried clearly through the thin walls of their home. America had become a word that carried almost mystical significance in villages throughout southern Italy, a place where ordinary men could transform themselves through hard work and determination. Letters from relatives who had already made the journey spoke of opportunities that seemed impossible from the perspective of Lauropoli, of wages that could support entire families, of children who could attend school rather than work in fields from dawn to dusk. The process of gathering enough money for passage consumed nearly 2 years of the family's life. Luigi took on additional work whenever it could be found, spending long days hauling stone or clearing land for landowners who paid little but paid in coins rather than promises. Maria sold the few items of value they possessed, including a necklace that had belonged to her grandmother, a sacrifice that she never spoke about, but which Francesco understood represented something far more significant than mere jewelry. Every member of the family contributed what they could, the older children taking on whatever small jobs were available, the younger ones learning to expect even less than they had before. The day of departure arrived in the spring of 1895, when Francesco was 4 years old. The family gathered their possessions into a single large trunk and several cloth bundles, everything they owned in the world reduced to packages light enough for one man to carry. Francesco would retain fragmentary memories of that morning, the sound of his mother weeping as she locked the door of the house where she had lived her entire married life, the taste of dust in the air as their cart rolled away from Lauropoli toward the port city of Naples. Naples overwhelmed the senses with its chaos and noise, its streets teeming with people from across southern Italy, all carrying similar bundles and wearing similar expressions of hope mixed with terror. The smell of the sea mingled with less pleasant odors from overcrowded neighborhoods where emigrants waited for ships that would carry them to their new lives. Francesco clung to his mother's skirts as they navigated through crowds that spoke in dozens of different dialects, past vendors selling questionable food and men offering services of dubious legitimacy. The ship that would carry them to America rose from the harbor like a floating city, its smokestacks already belching black smoke into the Mediterranean sky. Francesco had never seen anything so large, so obviously powerful, yet as they climbed the gangplank with hundreds of other emigrants, the vessel seemed to shrink around them. They were directed to steerage, the lowest level of the ship, where passengers were packed into spaces barely large enough for the wooden bunks that would serve as beds for the duration of the crossing. The Atlantic crossing lasted nearly 2 weeks, 2 weeks that would remain etched in Francesco's memory with the clarity that only childhood trauma can provide. The smell of unwashed bodies, of seasickness, and of food that grew less palatable with each passing day created an atmosphere of barely controlled desperation. Children cried constantly, their voices mixing with the prayers of adults who had never before been so far from land. Francesco learned to sleep despite the motion of the ship, despite the sounds of retching from nearby bunks, despite the fear that seemed to permeate every breath of the thick air below decks. His parents tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy during those long days at sea, his mother continuing to tell the old stories she had always shared, his father attempting to teach him simple phrases in the English language that would be essential to their survival in America. But Francesco could see the worry in their eyes, could sense their growing understanding that they had committed themselves to a course of action that could not be reversed. They were traveling toward a future that existed only in their imaginations, leaving behind everything familiar and certain for the promise of something better. The first sight of New York Harbor struck Francesco with a force that would resonate throughout his life. The Statue of Liberty rose from the water like a vision from one of his mother's religious stories, her torch held high against a sky that seemed larger and brighter than any he had ever seen. The city beyond spread out in all directions, buildings rising higher than he had imagined possible, smoke from countless chimneys, creating a haze that spoke of industry and prosperity beyond anything he had known in Calabria. Ellis Island processed the Castiglia family with the same mechanical efficiency applied to thousands of other arrivals, officials checking documents, examining eyes and hands for signs of disease, asking questions in English that Luigi answered with the few words he had memorized during the crossing. Francesco watched everything with the wide eyed attention of a child, storing images and impressions that would shape his understanding of how authority operated, how systems worked to sort and categorize human beings according to criteria that seemed arbitrary yet absolute. The ferry that carried them from Ellis Island to Manhattan revealed the true magnitude of their new world. Buildings rose on all sides like man made mountains, their windows reflecting light in ways that created patterns of brilliance against the afternoon sky. Streets swarmed with traffic that moved with a speed and purpose that made Francesco dizzy, carriages and wagons, and people all flowing in currents that seemed to follow rules he could not understand. The noise was overwhelming, a constant din of voices and wheels and machinery that never paused, never quieted, never allowed for the kind of peaceful silence he had known in the hills of Calabria. East Harlem, their destination, revealed itself as a world within a world, a collection of narrow streets and tall buildings where Italian could be heard as frequently as English, where the smells of familiar foods drifted from windows and doorways. The Castiglias found lodging in a tenement building on 104th Street, a six-story structure that housed dozens of families in rooms barely large enough for the furniture they contained. Their apartment consisted of three small rooms, a space that would have to accommodate parents and children with no privacy, no escape from the constant presence of others. Francesco's new world was measured in city blocks rather than village squares, in floors of buildings rather than rolling hills. The sounds that had once been birdsong and wind through olive trees were replaced by the clatter of carriages on cobblestones, the shouts of street vendors, the constant hum of human activity that never seemed to pause even in the deepest hours of night. The air smelled of coal smoke and cooking food, and humanity pressed too closely together, a mixture that would become as familiar as breathing. As Francesco Castiglia began his American childhood in these crowded streets and cramped rooms, he carried within him the contradictory influences that would shape everything that followed. The memory of Calabrian poverty remained fresh enough to fuel his determination to escape such limitations, while the overwhelming possibilities of New York City suggested that transformation was not only possible, but perhaps inevitable for those clever enough and bold enough to seize the opportunities that surrounded them. The stage was set for a young boy to become something unimaginable in the hills of southern Italy, though the path between Francesco Castiglia and Frank Costello would wind through territories that his parents, counting their few coins by candlelight in their new American home, could never have envisioned in their darkest fears or wildest dreams. The transformation from Francesco Castiglia to Frank Costello began not with a single dramatic moment of decision, but through a gradual erosion of the moral boundaries that his parents had worked so desperately to maintain. By the time he reached his 14th birthday in 1905, Frank had already begun to understand that the honest labor which consumed his father's days and bent his mother's back would never provide the kind of life he had begun to envision for himself. The tenement building on East 104th Street served as Frank's first classroom in the economics of survival and the delicate mathematics of illegality. Within its crowded confines lived families representing dozens of different approaches to making a living in America, from the relentlessly honest to the creatively criminal. Frank observed them all with the sharp attention of a young man who understood that his future depended on choosing the right models to follow. Mrs. Torino on the third floor took in washing from more prosperous families, her hands permanently reddened from lye soap and scalding water, yet she never seemed to accumulate more than enough money to pay the rent and buy the cheapest cuts of meat. Her husband Giuseppe worked 12-hour shifts at a factory that manufactured buttons, coming home each evening covered in bone dust and too exhausted to speak. Their children wore patched clothes and shoes that had been resoled so many times that the original leather was barely visible beneath layers of repairs. On the fourth floor, however, lived Salvatore Benedetto, a man whose well-pressed suits and gold watch chain suggested sources of income that had nothing to do with factory work or taking in laundry. Salvatore left the building each morning at exactly 10 o'clock, long after the honest workers had already begun their daily toil, and returned in the early evening, carrying packages that smelled of expensive tobacco and imported cheese. His children attended school regularly and wore clothes that looked new rather than handed down through generations of siblings. Frank began to study the differences between these two approaches to American life, with the methodical attention that other boys his age devoted to baseball statistics or penny novels. He noticed that Salvatore never seemed tired in the way that honest workers were tired, never came home with his clothes dirty or his hands stained with the evidence of physical labor. Instead, Salvatore carried himself with the confident ease of a man who had solved problems that continued to plague his neighbors. The first hint of Salvatore's actual occupation came through conversations that Frank overheard while sitting on the front steps of the tenement building during the long summer evenings of 1906. Groups of men would gather to smoke and discuss the events of their day, speaking in the mixed dialect of Italian and English that had evolved in the immigrant neighborhoods. They spoke carefully, using words that seemed to carry multiple meanings, but Frank's sharp ears began to detect patterns in their conversations. Salvatore, it became clear, operated what the men referred to as a policy game, a form of illegal gambling that allowed neighborhood residents to bet small amounts of money on numbers drawn from some mysterious central source. The game appealed to people like the Torinos because it offered the theoretical possibility of transforming a few pennies into enough money to change their lives, while requiring an investment small enough that even the poorest families could participate. Frank understood intuitively that the policy game worked because it fed on the same desperation that had driven his own family to leave Italy, the conviction that their current circumstances were temporary obstacles that could be overcome through luck, determination, or divine intervention. The men who gathered on the front steps each evening were not stupid or lazy, but they were trapped in situations that offered no obvious solutions. The policy game gave them something to hope for during the long hours of grinding labor that filled their days. The mechanics of Salvatore's operation fascinated Frank more than the gambling itself. He began to notice the careful network of relationships that made the policy game possible, the way information flowed through the neighborhood, The delicate system of trust and accountability that allowed money to change hands without written records or legal contracts. Salvatore had created a business that operated entirely outside the official economy, yet it functioned with greater reliability than many legitimate enterprises. Frank's first direct involvement in illegal activity came through what seemed like a casual conversation during the spring of 1907. Salvatore had been watching him with the calculating attention that successful criminals develop for spotting useful talent, and one evening he approached Frank with what he described as a simple favor. "You walk past Gino's barber shop every morning on your way to school," Salvatore said, his voice carrying the casual tone of a man discussing the weather. "Perhaps you could mention to Gino that the number yesterday was 347. Nothing more than that. Just tell him the number." Frank understood immediately that he was being recruited as a messenger in Salvatore's policy operation, a role that carried minimal risk but represented his first step across the line that separated legal from illegal behavior. The request seemed innocent enough, almost trivial, yet Frank recognized that accepting this small favor would establish a relationship that might lead to larger opportunities. The decision required less than a moment of consideration. Frank had spent 2 years watching his father return home each evening, exhausted and defeated, had seen his mother grow old before her time from the constant stress of making insufficient money stretch to cover necessary expenses. The honest path offered nothing but a lifetime of the same struggles that had driven his family from Italy, while Salvatore's world suggested possibilities that extended far beyond the narrow confines of tenement life. "I can remember 347, Frank replied, his voice steady despite the rapid beating of his heart. The first message delivery established Frank as a reliable courier, and within weeks, his responsibilities expanded to include collecting small bets from customers who preferred not to visit Salvatore's apartment directly. These errands introduced Frank to a wider network of people involved in various forms of illegal activity, from bookmakers who took bets on horse races to men who sold protection services to local businesses. Each new contact represented another lesson in the sophisticated economics of crime, the way illegal enterprises created their own systems of supply and demand, their own methods of quality control and customer service. Frank observed that successful criminals operated according to rules that were more complex and demanding than many legitimate businesses, requiring higher levels of trust, discretion, and strategic thinking than most conventional occupations. The money Frank earned from his courier work remained modest, rarely more than a few dollars per week, but it represented something far more significant than its actual value. For the first time in his life, Frank possessed spending money that he had earned through his own initiative rather than received as charity from adults who barely had enough for themselves. The psychological impact of this independence proved more intoxicating than any material benefits it provided. By his 15th birthday, Frank had become an established figure in the informal economy that operated parallel to the legitimate businesses of East Harlem. He knew which shop owners paid protection money to avoid having their windows broken, which police officers could be counted on to look the other way when certain activities were taking place, and which politicians received envelopes of cash in exchange for their cooperation with neighborhood enterprises. This knowledge came with its own form of education, lessons that no school curriculum could have provided. Frank learned to read the subtle signals that indicated when someone was lying, when a situation was becoming dangerous, and when discretion required that certain conversations be forgotten immediately. He developed the ability to appear simultaneously trustworthy and forgettable, qualities that made him invaluable to people who needed reliable assistance with activities that could not be conducted openly. The relationship with his parents became increasingly complex as Frank's income grew and his hours became less predictable. Luigi and Maria noticed that their son seemed to have access to money that could not be explained by any legitimate employment, but they were reluctant to ask questions that might reveal answers they were not prepared to handle. The family's economic situation had improved noticeably since Frank began contributing to household expenses, allowing them to buy better food and replace worn clothing that had been patched beyond repair. Frank recognized his parents' unspoken understanding of his activities, their decision to accept the benefits while avoiding knowledge of their source. This arrangement suited everyone involved, allowing the family to maintain the fiction of respectability while enjoying improvements in their standard of living that Luigi's honest labor could never have provided. The summer of 1908 marked Frank's transition from messenger to active participant in more sophisticated criminal operations. Salvatore introduced him to Giuseppe Morello, an older man whose quiet manner and expensive clothes indicated a position of considerable authority within the neighborhood's illegal hierarchy. Morello operated several different enterprises, from importing olive oil that had never seen an olive tree to providing loans to people who could not qualify for assistance from legitimate banks. Frank's role in Morello's organization initially involved keeping records of transactions that could not be committed to paper, using his excellent memory to track debts, payments, and territorial agreements between different criminal groups. This work required a level of mental discipline that Frank found both challenging and satisfying, the intellectual equivalent of juggling multiple complex patterns without ever allowing any piece to fall. The psychological transformation that accompanied Frank's deepening involvement in criminal activity proved as significant as any material changes in his circumstances. He began to see legitimate society from the perspective of someone who understood its hidden mechanisms, who knew which officials were corrupt, which businesses were fronts for illegal operations, and which laws were enforced selectively depending on political considerations. This insider's knowledge created a sense of superiority that Frank found both thrilling and isolating. He could walk through the neighborhood, seeing connections and relationships that remained invisible to honest citizens, understanding the real power structure that operated beneath the surface of official authority. Yet this knowledge also separated him from the world of conventional morality that his parents still inhabited, creating a psychological distance that could never be fully bridged. By the winter of 1909, Frank had saved enough money to rent a small room in a boarding house several blocks away from his family's tenement, a move that provided him with the privacy necessary for his expanding criminal activities while maintaining sufficient contact with his parents to preserve family relationships. The room was barely large enough for a bed and a dresser, but it represented Frank's first independent living space, a tangible symbol of his success in creating an alternative to the life that circumstances had seemed to dictate. As Frank Costello settled into his new room on that cold December evening, counting the money he had earned through activities that would have horrified his parents just a few years earlier, he understood that he had crossed a threshold from which there could be no return. The honest poverty that had defined his childhood was rapidly becoming a memory, replaced by possibilities that seemed to expand with each passing week. Yet he also recognized that his choices had committed him to a path that would require increasingly sophisticated skills, deeper knowledge of criminal operations, and careful navigation of dangers that grew more serious as the stakes became higher. The transformation from Francesco Castiglia to Frank Costello was well underway, though the full implications of this change would only become apparent as he moved deeper into a world where success and survival depended on mastering lessons that could never be learned in any legitimate classroom. The education that would transform Frank Costello from a neighborhood messenger into one of America's most sophisticated criminal minds began in earnest during the winter of 1910 when Giuseppe Morello decided that the young man's quick intelligence and natural discretion warranted a deeper initiation into the complex world of organized crime. The lessons Frank would learn over the following years could not be found in any textbook or classroom, yet they would prove more valuable than any conventional education in preparing him for the life he had chosen to pursue. Morello operated from a small office above a grocery store on East 116th Street, a cramped space that smelled perpetually of garlic and aged cheese from the legitimate business below. The office contained little more than a scarred wooden desk, several mismatched chairs, and a large safe that dominated one corner of the room like a sleeping metal giant. Yet, from this modest headquarters, Morello coordinated activities that touched virtually every aspect of illegal enterprise in East Harlem and beyond. Frank's formal education in criminal hierarchy began with his assignment to observe and record the daily flow of visitors who climbed the narrow stairs to Morello's office. Each visitor represented a different level of the criminal organization, from street level operators seeking permission to expand their territories to established leaders negotiating complex arrangements that could affect dozens of different illegal enterprises. Frank learned to recognize the subtle signs that indicated each person's position within the invisible but rigid structure that governed organized crime. The lowest tier consisted of young men, not unlike Frank himself, individuals who performed simple tasks like delivering messages, collecting small debts, or watching for police activity during sensitive operations. These men carried themselves with the nervous energy of people who understood that their positions were both temporary and easily replaceable. They dressed in clean but inexpensive clothes, spoke quietly when addressed, and left the office quickly once their business was concluded. Above them in the hierarchy were the crew leaders, men in their 20s and 30s who had proven their reliability and intelligence through years of successful service. These individuals possessed the authority to recruit and direct the activities of street level operators, but they remained accountable to higher authorities for the results of their decisions. Frank observed that crew leaders dressed better than their subordinates, spoke with greater confidence, and often lingered in Morello's office for extended conversations that suggested relationships based on mutual respect rather than simple obedience. The senior members of the organization carried themselves with a dignity that bordered on nobility, despite the fact that most had been born into poverty as crushing as anything Frank had experienced. These men wore hand-tailored suits, gold watch chains, and shoes that gleamed with the kind of polish that required daily attention. More importantly, they spoke with the quiet authority of individuals who knew that their words would be obeyed without question, their suggestions treated as commands by everyone beneath them in the organizational structure. Frank's most important lesson during these early months involved understanding the unwritten codes that governed relationships within the criminal world. Unlike legitimate businesses, which operated according to written contracts and legal frameworks, organized crime depended entirely on personal honor, carefully maintained reputations, and the universal understanding that broken promises would result in consequences far more severe than any court could impose. The concept of respect formed the foundation of everything else Frank would learn about criminal organizations. Respect was not merely a matter of politeness or social courtesy, but rather a precise system for measuring each individual's worth within the community. Men who had earned respect through years of reliable service, intelligent decision making, and absolute loyalty to their obligations could expect protection, assistance, and advancement opportunities. Those who lost respect through carelessness, betrayal, or cowardice would find themselves isolated and vulnerable in ways that could prove fatal. Frank observed that respect was earned through consistency rather than dramatic gestures, through the accumulation of small demonstrations of reliability rather than single acts of heroism or violence. A man who always arrived precisely on time for meetings, who never repeated confidential information, and who fulfilled every promise he made, would gradually build a reputation that opened doors throughout the criminal community. Conversely, someone who was late for appointments, careless with sensitive information, or unreliable in fulfilling obligations would find opportunities disappearing as quickly as his reputation deteriorated. The financial education Frank received during this period proved equally sophisticated and far more practical than anything taught in conventional schools. Morello's organization operated according to principles that combined legitimate business practices with innovations necessitated by the illegal nature of their activities. Frank learned to track complex financial relationships that existed entirely in human memory, to calculate interest rates and profit margins without leaving paper records, and to manage cash flows that could not be deposited in banks or recorded in standard accounting systems. The lending operation that formed one cornerstone of Morello's business provided Frank with particularly valuable lessons in both mathematics and human psychology. Customers who needed money for legitimate purposes but could not qualify for bank loans paid interest rates that reflected not only the risk of default, but also the premium required for absolute discretion. Frank learned to evaluate potential borrowers based on factors that no conventional banker would consider, from family relationships that might guarantee repayment to criminal connections that could make collection possible through unconventional means. More challenging were the loans extended to support illegal activities, arrangements that required Frank to understand the profitability of various criminal enterprises in order to assess the likelihood of repayment. A man seeking money to establish a gambling operation faced different risks and offered different forms of collateral than someone looking to finance a shipment of stolen goods. Frank developed the ability to analyze these complex situations quickly and accurately, skills that would serve him well as his own responsibilities expanded. The territorial aspects of organized crime provided another crucial area of study for Frank's developing criminal education. Morello controlled specific neighborhoods not through legal ownership, but through a combination of historical precedent, negotiated agreements with other criminal leaders, and the constant demonstration of power necessary to maintain authority. Frank learned that these invisible boundaries were as real and significant as any property lines recorded in official documents, and that violations of territorial agreements could trigger conflicts that might affect dozens of different illegal operations. Understanding these territorial relationships required Frank to develop a detailed mental map of criminal activities throughout Manhattan, knowledge that extended far beyond his immediate neighborhood. He learned which docks were controlled by which organizations, which police precincts had been compromised by criminal influence, and which political figures could be counted on to provide protection in exchange for appropriate compensation. This information existed nowhere in written form, yet it represented essential knowledge for anyone seeking to operate successfully within the criminal community. The relationship between organized crime and legitimate authority provided perhaps the most complex and important lessons in Frank's education. He discovered that corruption was not simply a matter of criminals bribing honest officials, but rather a sophisticated system of mutual benefit that served the interests of both parties while maintaining the appearance of legal propriety. Police officers who accepted payments from criminal organizations were not necessarily abandoning their duties, but rather prioritizing their enforcement efforts in ways that allowed certain activities to continue while maintaining sufficient arrests and seizures to satisfy their superiors. Politicians who cooperated with criminal organizations similarly balanced multiple competing interests, providing protection and information in exchange for financial support and assistance with various civic projects that enhanced their public reputations. Frank observed that the most successful relationships between criminals and officials were those that appeared completely legitimate to outside observers, arrangements that benefited both parties without creating obvious evidence of corruption. The social aspects of criminal life proved equally important to Frank's education, though perhaps more subtly influential than the obviously practical lessons in finance and territorial control. He learned that successful criminals maintained complex relationships with legitimate society, often serving as community leaders and respected businessmen despite their illegal activities. Giuseppe Morello was known throughout East Harlem as a generous man who helped struggling families, supported local charities, and provided assistance to recent immigrants seeking to establish themselves in America. This dual existence required sophisticated social skills that Frank worked diligently to develop. He learned to present different versions of himself, depending on his audience, to speak the language of legitimate business when dealing with conventional merchants, and the coded dialect of criminal enterprise when working with illegal associates. The ability to move seamlessly between these different worlds would become one of Frank's greatest assets, allowing him to build relationships that served both his criminal and social ambitions. The concept of loyalty that governed criminal organizations extended beyond simple obedience to encompass a complete system of personal relationships based on mutual obligation and shared risk. Frank learned that loyalty was not merely expected, but absolutely essential for survival, since criminal enterprises could not rely on legal protections if conflicts arose. Men who demonstrated absolute loyalty to their superiors and associates could expect similar treatment in return, creating networks of mutual support that provided both practical benefits and psychological security. Yet Frank also observed that loyalty within criminal organizations was more complex and conditional than it initially appeared. Loyalty was expected to flow upward through the hierarchy more reliably than it flowed downward, and senior members of criminal organizations retained the authority to sacrifice subordinates when circumstances required such decisions. Understanding these nuances required Frank to develop a sophisticated appreciation for the power relationships that determined how loyalty would be interpreted in specific situations. By the spring of 1912, Frank had absorbed enough knowledge of criminal operations to begin taking on more independent responsibilities within Morello's organization. He was assigned to manage relationships with several small businesses that paid protection money, a role that required him to balance the organization's financial interests with the need to maintain good relationships with local merchants who formed an important part of the community's economic foundation. This work provided Frank with his first taste of the diplomatic skills that would eventually become his greatest strength within the criminal world. He learned to present demands for payment in ways that seemed reasonable rather than threatening, to resolve disputes between businesses and criminal associates without resorting to violence, and to maintain the kind of professional relationships that made illegal arrangements seem like legitimate business transactions. As Frank walked through the familiar streets of East Harlem on a warm evening in late 1912, his mind filled with the knowledge he had accumulated over 2 years of intensive criminal education, he understood that his apprenticeship was nearing its end. The lessons he had learned from Giuseppe Morello and dozens of other criminal associates had provided him with intellectual tools that could serve him well in whatever direction his ambitions might lead. Yet he also recognized that all of this knowledge represented preparation for challenges that lay ahead, opportunities that would test not only his understanding of criminal operations, but also his ability to apply these lessons in increasingly complex and dangerous situations that would demand every skill he had worked so carefully to develop. The moment that would transform Frank Costello from a skilled apprentice into a major figure in American organized crime arrived not with fanfare or violence, but through a conversation that took place on a cold January morning in 1920. The 18th Amendment to the Constitution had officially taken effect at the stroke of midnight on January 17th, making the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages illegal throughout the United States. What lawmakers intended as a moral victory for the temperance movement would instead create the greatest criminal opportunity in American history. Frank stood in Giuseppe Morello's office that morning, watching his mentor study a newspaper whose headlines proclaimed the dawn of America's noble experiment with prohibition. The cramped room above the grocery store had changed little over the years, still dominated by the massive safe and still carrying the mingled scents of garlic and aged cheese from the legitimate business below. Yet the atmosphere in the office had shifted dramatically, charged with the electric tension that accompanies the recognition of unprecedented opportunity. The government has just made every thirsty American into a criminal, Morello said quietly, his weathered fingers tracing the newspaper headlines with the careful attention of a man reading his own financial forecast. They have created a market that cannot be satisfied legally, which means it must be satisfied illegally. The profits will be enormous, but so will the risks. Frank had been anticipating this moment for months, watching the political debates and legislative maneuvering that led to prohibition with the keen interest of someone who understood that dramatic changes in law often created equally dramatic changes in criminal opportunity. Unlike many of his associates, who viewed the new law simply as another obstacle to be overcome through traditional methods, Frank recognized that prohibition represented something far more significant than an expanded market for existing criminal enterprises. The demand for alcoholic beverages had not disappeared with the passage of the amendment, but rather had been driven underground where it could only be satisfied through illegal channels. Every bar, restaurant, hotel, and private citizen who had previously purchased liquor from legitimate sources would now need to find criminal suppliers willing to accept the risks associated with violating federal law. The potential customer base was not limited to the usual clientele for illegal goods, but included virtually every adult in America who had previously consumed alcohol legally. Frank's education in criminal enterprise had taught him to recognize the difference between illegal activities that served limited markets and those that addressed universal human desires. Gambling, Loan sharking and protection services appealed to specific segments of the population, but alcohol consumption cut across all social, economic, and geographic boundaries. Prohibition had not eliminated the desire to drink, but rather had made satisfying that desire a criminal act that would require sophisticated networks of supply, distribution, and protection. The conversation that morning marked the beginning of Frank's transition from follower to leader, from someone who executed the plans of others to someone who developed strategies and organized operations. Morello, now in his 50s and increasingly concerned about the health problems that came with decades of stress and irregular living, recognized that the opportunities created by prohibition would require younger men with the energy and vision necessary to build entirely new forms of criminal enterprise. "You have been studying this business for 10 years, Morello told Frank, his voice carrying the weight of a man preparing to pass crucial responsibilities to a trusted successor. You understand how money moves, how territories are maintained, how relationships with authority must be managed. But this prohibition will require skills that none of us have needed before. The scale will be enormous, the logistics complex, and the competition fierce. Success will depend on intelligence and organization rather than tradition and intimidation." Frank understood that he was being offered the opportunity to establish his own organization, to move beyond his role as a valued subordinate and assume the responsibilities of leadership. The prospect was both thrilling and daunting, representing everything he had worked toward since his first tentative steps into criminal activity, yet also demanding skills and knowledge that could only be developed through actual experience in managing complex illegal operations. The initial challenge lay in understanding the logistics of alcohol production and distribution on a scale that had never been attempted by criminal organizations. Legal breweries and distilleries had been built over decades, with established supply chains for raw materials, sophisticated equipment for production, and reliable networks for distribution to retail establishments. Prohibition had eliminated these legal channels overnight, creating a vacuum that criminal enterprises would need to fill through improvisation, innovation, and considerable financial investment. Frank spent the early months of 1920 studying every aspect of the alcohol trade, from the technical requirements of distillation and brewing to the complex web of relationships that connected producers, distributors, and retailers. He visited speakeasies that had begun operating in former legitimate saloons, observing how proprietors modified their establishments to avoid detection while continuing to serve customers who were willing to pay premium prices for illegal alcohol. The quality of much of the liquor available during the early months of Prohibition was notoriously poor, often dangerous, produced by amateurs who lacked the knowledge and equipment necessary to create safe, palatable beverages. Frank recognized that this represented a significant opportunity for criminal organizations capable of producing or importing high quality alcohol that could command premium prices from customers who valued both safety and taste. The importation of alcohol from countries where it remained legal offered perhaps the most promising avenue for establishing a successful bootlegging operation. Canada, Mexico, and various Caribbean islands continued to produce high quality liquor that could be smuggled into the United States through carefully organized networks of boats, trucks, and corrupt officials. The profits from such operations could be enormous, but they also required substantial initial investments and sophisticated coordination between criminal groups, legitimate businesses, and government officials. Frank's first major bootlegging operation began modestly With the purchase of a small motorboat capable of making nighttime runs between the New York waterfront and ships anchored beyond the 12-mile limit where federal jurisdiction ended. These ships, known as rum runners, carried legal cargo that became illegal only when it entered American territorial waters, creating opportunities for entrepreneurs willing to accept the risks associated with smuggling. The initial runs proved both profitable and educational, teaching Frank lessons about maritime navigation, weather patterns, and the complex choreography required to transfer cargo from large ships to small boats in darkness while avoiding detection by Coast Guard patrols. More importantly, these early operations demonstrated the crucial importance of reliable relationships with dock workers, warehouse operators, and truck drivers who could move smuggled alcohol from the waterfront to the speakeasies and private customers who formed the retail market. Frank's natural diplomatic skills proved invaluable in building the network of relationships necessary for successful bootlegging operations. Unlike many criminal enterprises that depended primarily on fear and intimidation to maintain cooperation, alcohol smuggling required willing participation from dozens of individuals who could easily sabotage operations if they felt mistreated or inadequately compensated. Dock workers needed to feel confident that they would be protected from prosecution if caught handling illegal cargo. Warehouse operators required assurance that their facilities would not be searched by federal agents. Truck drivers had to trust that the routes they were given would avoid police checkpoints and rival criminal organizations. The financial rewards from Frank's expanding bootlegging operations exceeded anything he had previously experienced, but they also created new challenges in managing and protecting accumulated wealth. Large amounts of cash could not be deposited in banks without attracting unwanted attention from federal investigators, yet keeping significant sums in physical form created security risks that required constant vigilance. Frank learned to diversify his assets through investments in legitimate businesses that could serve as both money laundering operations and sources of additional income. His first major legitimate investment was a small restaurant in Little Italy, an establishment that provided perfect cover for meetings with criminal associates while generating legal income that could justify his improving standard of living. The restaurant also served as a testing ground for Frank's developing skills in managing legitimate employees, dealing with government inspectors, and maintaining the kind of public reputation that would protect him from suspicion about his illegal activities. The success of Frank's bootlegging operations attracted attention from both competitors and potential partners within the criminal community. Established crime families recognized that prohibition had created opportunities large enough to accommodate multiple organizations, but they also understood that territorial disputes over smuggling routes and retail markets could trigger conflicts that would attract unwanted law enforcement attention. Frank found himself participating in negotiations between different criminal groups, discussions aimed at dividing territories and establishing cooperative arrangements that would maximize profits while minimizing violence. These negotiations provided Frank with his first experience in the kind of high-level criminal diplomacy that would eventually become his greatest strength. He discovered that his ability to find mutually acceptable solutions to complex territorial disputes made him valuable to criminal leaders who preferred negotiation to warfare. His reputation for fairness and reliability in honoring agreements began to spread throughout the New York criminal community, opening doors to increasingly sophisticated and profitable opportunities. By the winter of 1921, Frank's bootlegging operations had grown from a single motorboat making occasional smuggling runs to a complex network of ships, trucks, warehouses, and retail establishments that generated profits measured in hundreds of thousands of dollars annually. His organization employed dozens of people in various capacities, from the boat crews who handled dangerous nighttime smuggling runs to the accountants who managed the complex financial arrangements necessary to convert illegal profits into legitimate investments. The transformation in Frank's personal circumstances reflected the magnitude of his business success. He moved from his modest room in the East Harlem boarding house to a comfortable apartment in a respectable neighborhood furnished with quality pieces that suggested prosperity without flaunting wealth in ways that might attract unwanted attention. His wardrobe evolved from the simple, clean clothing of his early criminal career to the well tailored suits and quality accessories that marked him as a successful businessman, regardless of the nature of his business. More significantly, Frank's role within the broader criminal community had shifted from that of a promising subordinate to that of a respected leader whose opinions carried weight in discussions about territorial arrangements, business partnerships, and responses to law enforcement pressure. His success in building a profitable bootlegging operation without triggering major conflicts with established crime families demonstrated skills that other criminal leaders found both impressive and useful. As Frank stood on the deck of one of his rum runners on a clear night in December 1921, watching the lights of New York City grow larger as his boat approached the harbor with another cargo of premium Scottish whiskey, he understood that Prohibition had provided him with the opportunity he had been preparing for throughout his criminal apprenticeship. The skills he had learned from Giuseppe Morello, the relationships he had built within the criminal community, and the reputation he had established for intelligence and reliability had positioned him to take advantage of the greatest criminal opportunity in American history. Yet he also recognized that his current success represented only the beginning of possibilities that could extend far beyond bootlegging into areas of criminal enterprise that could make him one of the most powerful men in America if he possessed the vision and determination to seize the opportunities that lay ahead. The construction of Frank Costello's criminal empire began not with grand gestures or violent declarations, but through the meticulous process of identifying, recruiting, and organizing individuals whose skills and temperaments complemented his vision of sophisticated, illegal enterprise. By the spring of 1922, Frank had recognized that the enormous profits generated by Prohibition would require organizational structures far more complex than anything previously seen in American organized crime. The headquarters for Frank's expanding operations occupied a modest office building on the Lower East Side, its ground floor housing a legitimate import business that provided perfect cover for the constant flow of visitors and telephone calls that characterized his daily activities. The building's narrow facade gave no indication of the sophisticated criminal enterprise that operated within its walls, where Frank had created what amounted to a parallel business organization, complete with departments for finance, logistics, security, and external relations. Frank understood that successful criminal organizations, like their legitimate counterparts, depended on matching individual talents to appropriate responsibilities. The men he recruited during this crucial period were selected not for their capacity for violence or intimidation, but for their intelligence, reliability, and specialized skills that could contribute to the complex operations required for large scale bootlegging and related criminal enterprises. His first major recruitment was Vincent Allo, known to most associates as Jimmy Blue Eyes, a man whose sharp intelligence and natural diplomatic skills made him an ideal candidate for managing relationships with the political figures and law enforcement officials, whose cooperation was essential to the organization's success. Alo possessed the rare combination of street credibility necessary to command respect within the criminal community and social sophistication required to move comfortably among legitimate business and political leaders. Frank had observed Alo for months before approaching him, watching how he handled delicate negotiations between competing criminal factions, noting his reputation for absolute discretion in matters involving sensitive information, and recognizing his talent for finding mutually beneficial solutions to complex problems. When Frank finally offered Alo a position within his organization, the conversation took place over an elegant dinner at one of Manhattan's finest restaurants, conducted with the formality appropriate to a legitimate business negotiation. The opportunities created by prohibition are larger than any single individual can manage effectively, Frank explained to Allo, his voice carrying the measured confidence of a man who had already achieved considerable success. Success will require cooperation between many different types of people, from dock workers to politicians, from boat captains to accountants. The profits are substantial enough to reward everyone appropriately, but only if operations are managed with intelligence and professionalism. Alo's acceptance of Frank's offer brought immediate benefits to the organization, particularly in the area of political relationships that were becoming increasingly crucial as federal law enforcement agencies expanded their efforts to combat bootlegging. Through Allo's connections, Frank gained access to information about planned raids, changes in law enforcement personnel, and political developments that could affect the business environment for illegal activities. The financial management of Frank's growing organization required skills that went far beyond simple bookkeeping, since large scale criminal enterprises generated cash flows that could not be handled through conventional banking relationships. Frank recruited Thomas Lucchese, a man whose background in legitimate accounting provided the technical expertise necessary to manage complex money laundering operations while maintaining the detailed records required for effective business management. Lucchese developed sophisticated systems for converting illegal profits into legitimate investments, creating networks of shell companies and front businesses that could absorb large amounts of cash without attracting unwanted attention from federal investigators. His work allowed Frank to diversify his wealth beyond the immediate profits from bootlegging, establishing investments in real estate, restaurants, entertainment venues, and other businesses that provided both additional income and enhanced respectability. The logistics of alcohol smuggling and distribution required organizational capabilities that resembled those of major, legitimate corporations, with departments responsible for procurement, transportation, storage, and retail distribution. Frank recruited Anthony Carfano, a man whose experience in the merchant marine provided intimate knowledge of port operations, shipping schedules, and the complex relationships between dock workers, ship captains, and customs officials that could make or break smuggling operations. Carfano's contributions extended beyond mere technical knowledge to include the development of sophisticated intelligence networks that could provide advance warning of Coast Guard patrols, changes in port security procedures, and the activities of competing criminal organizations. Under his management, Frank's smuggling operations achieved remarkable efficiency and reliability, with cargo deliveries scheduled as precisely as any legitimate shipping enterprise. The retail distribution of smuggled alcohol required entirely different skills, involving relationships with speakeasy operators, restaurant owners, and private customers who formed the ultimate market for illegal liquor. Frank recruited Willie Moretti, whose gregarious personality and extensive social connections made him ideally suited for managing the complex web of relationships necessary to maintain steady sales volumes while avoiding detection by law enforcement agencies. Moretti's approach to customer relations reflected Frank's emphasis on professionalism and quality service, treating speakeasy operators and other retail customers as valued business partners rather than merely criminal associates. This approach built loyalty and trust that translated into steady demand for Frank's products, even when competitors offered lower prices or more aggressive sales tactics. The security requirements of a large scale criminal organization presented unique challenges that could not be addressed through conventional methods. Frank needed protection not only from rival criminal groups, but also from law enforcement agencies, disgruntled employees, and opportunistic criminals who might target his operations for robbery or extortion. Rather than relying primarily on intimidation and violence, Frank developed security procedures that emphasized intelligence gathering, early warning systems, and strategic relationships with law enforcement officials. His security organization, managed by Phil Castile, operated more like a private intelligence service than a traditional criminal enforcement arm. Castile recruited former police officers, private investigators, and individuals with connections to various law enforcement agencies who could provide information about planned raids, ongoing investigations, and changes in law enforcement priorities that might affect Frank's operations. This intelligence network allowed Frank's organization to avoid most law enforcement problems through evasion rather than confrontation, relocating operations when necessary, modifying procedures to address new investigative techniques, and maintaining the low profile that enabled continued profitability. The few occasions when violence became necessary were handled with surgical precision, designed to solve specific problems without escalating into broader conflicts that could attract unwanted attention. The expansion of Frank's organization beyond bootlegging into related criminal enterprises required additional recruiting and organizational development. As profits from alcohol smuggling provided capital for investment, Frank began establishing gambling operations, loan sharking services, and labor racketeering activities that could generate revenue independent of prohibition enforcement efforts. Each new area of criminal activity required specialized knowledge and different types of personnel. Gambling operations needed individuals who understood odds calculation, customer psychology, and the complex relationships with political figures who could provide protection from police interference. Loan sharking required people skilled in evaluating credit risks, managing collection procedures, and maintaining the delicate balance between firmness and violence necessary for effective debt recovery. Frank's approach to diversification reflected his understanding that successful criminal enterprises needed multiple revenue sources to survive changes in law enforcement priorities, economic conditions, and competitive pressures. By the mid 1920s, his organization generated income from dozens of different activities, creating a financial foundation stable enough to support continued growth and sophisticated enough to resist disruption from any single law enforcement success. The legitimate businesses that Frank established during this period served multiple purposes within his overall organizational strategy. Restaurants, nightclubs, and entertainment venues provided opportunities to launder illegal profits while generating legal income that could justify his improving lifestyle. Import companies and shipping businesses offered cover for smuggling operations while establishing relationships with legitimate business communities that enhanced Frank's social respectability. More importantly, these legitimate enterprises allowed Frank to employ family members and trusted associates in positions that provided steady income without requiring direct involvement in illegal activities. This approach helped maintain the loyalty of key personnel while creating a buffer of legitimate employment that could protect the organization if law enforcement pressure required temporary reduction of criminal activities. Frank's attention to organizational culture distinguished his enterprise from many competing criminal groups that relied primarily on fear and intimidation to maintain discipline and loyalty. He understood that large scale illegal operations required willing cooperation from dozens of individuals whose detection or betrayal could destroy the entire organization. Building genuine loyalty required treating employees with respect, providing fair compensation, and creating advancement opportunities based on merit rather than merely personal relationships. Regular meetings brought together key personnel from different departments of Frank's organization, creating opportunities for coordination between various activities while building the sense of shared purpose essential to effective teamwork. These meetings, conducted with the formality of legitimate business conferences, addressed strategic planning, operational problems, and new opportunities while reinforcing the professional standards that Frank demanded from all associates. The compensation system within Frank's organization reflected his understanding that adequate payment was essential to maintaining loyalty and preventing defection to competing criminal groups. Salaries were generous enough to support comfortable lifestyles, with bonuses tied to specific achievements and profit sharing arrangements that gave key personnel financial stakes in the organization's continued success. This approach created incentives for excellence while reducing the temptation for employees to pursue independent criminal activities that might compromise organizational security. By the winter of 1924, Frank's criminal organization had evolved into something unprecedented in American organized crime, a sophisticated enterprise that combined the efficiency of legitimate business practices with the flexibility necessary for successful illegal operations. The organization employed more than 200 people in various capacities, generated annual revenues measured in millions of dollars, and maintained operations across multiple states along the eastern seaboard. The success of Frank's organizational approach attracted attention from criminal leaders throughout the United States, many of whom began adopting similar methods for managing their own enterprises. His emphasis on professionalism, intelligence gathering, and strategic planning became models for a new generation of organized crime figures who recognized that prohibition had created opportunities requiring skills far beyond those traditionally associated with criminal activity. As Frank reviewed reports from his various department heads on a snowy evening in December 1924, examining profit statements, operational summaries, and strategic recommendations that resembled the materials produced by any major legitimate corporation, he understood that he had successfully built something that exceeded even his own initial expectations. The organization he had constructed during 3 intensive years represented not merely a successful criminal enterprise, but rather a new form of business organization that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining the consistency and reliability that ensured continued profitability. Yet Frank also recognized that his achievements had positioned him as a significant figure within the national landscape of organized crime, a status that would bring both greater opportunities and more dangerous challenges as competing organizations sought to establish their own positions within the expanding criminal economy that prohibition had created. The competition that threatened to destroy Frank Costello's carefully constructed criminal empire emerged not through dramatic confrontations or public declarations of war, but through the subtle erosion of territories, the quiet corruption of key personnel, and the gradual encroachment of rival organizations seeking to claim portions of the lucrative bootlegging trade he had worked so methodically to develop. By the summer of 1925, Frank faced challenges that would test not only his organizational skills, but his ability to outmaneuver opponents without resorting to the kind of violence that could attract unwanted law enforcement attention. The most serious threat came from Salvatore Maranzano, an ambitious Sicilian immigrant who had arrived in New York with traditional ideas about criminal hierarchy and territorial control that conflicted fundamentally with Frank's more flexible approach to organized crime. Maranzano commanded respect within certain segments of the Italian criminal community, particularly among recent immigrants who valued old world traditions and viewed Frank's methods as insufficiently respectful of established customs and bloodline relationships. Maranzano's challenge to Frank's position began with seemingly minor disputes over smuggling routes and retail territories, disagreements that might have been resolved through negotiation if they had not been rooted in deeper philosophical differences about how criminal organizations should be structured and managed. Where Frank emphasized cooperation, efficiency, and mutual profit, Maranzano insisted on rigid hierarchies based on ethnic loyalty and personal submission to established authority figures. The conflict escalated during the autumn of 1925 when Maranzano began recruiting personnel from Frank's organization, offering positions to men who felt undervalued or overlooked within Frank's merit based system. These defections were particularly damaging because they involved individuals with detailed knowledge of Frank's operations, information that could be used to disrupt smuggling schedules, compromise security arrangements, and undermine relationships with political and law enforcement officials. Frank's response to this challenge demonstrated the strategic thinking that would characterize his approach to competition throughout his criminal career. Rather than responding with immediate violence, he began a careful campaign designed to isolate Maranzano politically and economically, while strengthening his own position through improved relationships with other criminal leaders and enhanced services to existing customers. The first phase of Frank's strategy involved expanding his intelligence gathering capabilities to provide detailed information about Maranzano's operations, personnel, and strategic plans. Through Vincent Allo's extensive network of contacts, Frank learned that Maranzano's organization suffered from internal tensions between different ethnic factions, and his actions, financial problems stemming from inefficient operations, and growing dissatisfaction among key personnel who found the rigid hierarchical structure limiting their advancement opportunities. This intelligence allowed Frank to develop targeted approaches for undermining Maranzano's position without engaging in direct confrontation. He began offering better prices and more reliable service to customers who had been forced to deal with Maranzano's organization, gradually eroding the economic foundation that supported his rival's activities. Simultaneously, He established contact with disaffected members of Maranzano's organization, offering them positions that provided both better compensation and greater respect for their individual contributions. The economic warfare that Frank waged against Maranzano required sophisticated coordination between different aspects of his organization. His smuggling operations were modified to provide more frequent deliveries and higher quality products to customers in disputed territories. His political connections were activated to increase law enforcement pressure on Maranzano's operations while protecting his own activities from similar interference. His financial resources were deployed to purchase exclusive relationships with key suppliers and distributors who had previously served both organizations. Frank's approach to competition reflected his understanding that sustained success in organized crime depended on building lasting relationships rather than achieving temporary victories through violence or intimidation. He recognized that customers, suppliers, and political allies who were forced to choose sides through threats or coercion might comply temporarily, but would remain potential sources of future problems. By contrast, those who chose to work with Frank's organization because it offered superior service and more attractive terms were likely to remain loyal even when competitors attempted to lure them away. The effectiveness of Frank's nonviolent approach became apparent during the spring of 1926 when several key members of Maranzano's organization approached Frank's representatives seeking employment opportunities. These defections provided Frank with detailed information about his rival's remaining capabilities, while simultaneously weakening Maranzano's ability to continue challenging Frank's position. Among the most significant defectors was Anthony Strollo, a man whose expertise in labor relations had made him valuable to Maranzano's attempts to control dock workers and truck drivers essential to bootlegging operations. Strollo's decision to join Frank's organization came after months of careful cultivation, during which Frank's representatives demonstrated their organization's superior compensation packages, advancement opportunities, and professional management practices. The recruitment of Strollo provided Frank with immediate tactical advantages in his conflict with Maranzano, since Strollo possessed intimate knowledge of his former organization's logistics, security procedures, and strategic plans. More importantly, however, Strollo's defection sent a clear message to other members of Maranzano's organization that Frank's enterprise offered better long-term prospects for ambitious individuals seeking to advance their careers within. Organized crime, Frank's intelligence network, enhanced by information provided by former Maranzano associates, revealed that his rival's organization was experiencing serious financial difficulties stemming from inefficient operations and declining customer loyalty. Maranzano's insistence on traditional hierarchical structures had created administrative bottlenecks that slowed decision making and prevented rapid responses to changing market conditions. His emphasis on ethnic loyalty over professional competence had resulted in key positions being filled by individuals whose qualifications were insufficient for the complex requirements of large-scale bootlegging operations. The second major challenge to Frank's position came from an entirely different source, Dutch Schultz, whose aggressive expansion into Manhattan's gambling and protection rackets threatened to disrupt the careful balance of territorial agreements that Frank had negotiated with other criminal organizations. Unlike Maranzano, whose challenge was rooted in philosophical disagreements about organizational structure, Schultz represented a more straightforward threat based on territorial ambition and personal greed. Schultz's methods differed dramatically from both Frank's diplomatic approach and Maranzano's traditional hierarchical model. He relied heavily on violence and intimidation to force compliance from potential customers, suppliers, and competitors, creating instability that threatened the profitable environment that Frank had worked to establish throughout Manhattan's criminal community. The conflict with Schultz required different tactics than those Frank had employed against Maranzano, since Schultz's willingness to use violence meant that purely economic and political methods might prove insufficient to protect Frank's interests. Yet Frank remained committed to avoiding the kind of open warfare that could attract massive law enforcement attention and disrupt the entire illegal economy that supported dozens of different criminal organizations. Frank's approach to the Schultz problem involved building a coalition of criminal leaders who shared his interest in maintaining stable, territorial arrangements and profitable business conditions. Through careful negotiation, he constructed an alliance that included several major bootlegging organizations, gambling operations, and labor racketeering groups that were similarly threatened by Schultz's aggressive expansion tactics. This coalition functioned more like a trade association than a military alliance, with member organizations agreeing to share intelligence about Schultz's activities, coordinate their responses to his territorial incursions, and provide mutual support when individual members were threatened. The agreement established clear procedures for resolving disputes between coalition members while presenting a united front against external threats. The effectiveness of Frank's coalition became apparent during the summer of 1926 when Schultz attempted to expand his protection racket into neighborhoods that had been under the control of coalition members for several years. Instead of facing individual organizations that might be overwhelmed by his superior firepower, Schultz encountered coordinated resistance that made his expansion efforts prohibitively expensive and increasingly dangerous. The coalition's response to Schultz's expansion attempts was carefully calibrated to demonstrate strength without escalating the conflict into open warfare. When Schultz's men attempted to extort payments from businesses that were already paying protection money to coalition members, they found that their targets had been warned in advance and had made arrangements to avoid confrontation. When Schultz tried to establish new gambling operations in disputed territories, he discovered that potential customers had been offered better alternatives through coalition member organizations. More significantly, the coalition's political connections ensured that Schultz's increasingly visible activities attracted law enforcement attention that his more discreet competitors avoided. While coalition members continued to operate their various enterprises with minimal official interference, Schultz found his organization subjected to frequent raids, investigations, and arrests that disrupted operations and increased costs. The resolution of both the Maranzano and Schultz challenges demonstrated Frank's mastery of the sophisticated methods required for success in large-scale organized crime. By the end of 1926, Maranzano's organization had been effectively dismantled through defections, economic pressure, and internal conflicts that Frank had skillfully exploited. Schultz, meanwhile, had been forced to concentrate his activities in territories where he faced less organized resistance, abandoning his attempts to expand into areas controlled by Frank's coalition. Frank's success in eliminating these threats without resorting to extensive violence enhanced his reputation throughout the national criminal community, establishing him as a leader capable of achieving strategic objectives through intelligence, organization, and diplomatic skill rather than mere firepower. This reputation attracted the attention of criminal leaders in other cities who were facing similar challenges in managing competition and territorial disputes. The methods Frank had developed for dealing with rivals became models that other criminal organizations began adopting, leading to a general reduction in the kind of spectacular violence that had characterized organized crime during the early years of Prohibition. The recognition that cooperation and negotiation could achieve better results than constant warfare gradually transformed the criminal landscape, creating more stable conditions that enhanced profitability for all participants. By the winter of 1926, Frank's position within New York's criminal hierarchy had been solidified through his successful elimination of major rivals and his demonstrated ability to build lasting alliances with other criminal leaders. His organization had not only survived serious challenges, but had grown stronger through the process, absorbing the most valuable personnel and territory from defeated competitors while establishing cooperative relationships that provided protection against future threats. As Frank reviewed intelligence reports in his office on a cold December evening, studying updates on the activities of potential competitors and the status of his various alliance relationships, he understood that his success in eliminating rivals had established the foundation for even greater achievements. The methods he had developed for managing competition had proven their effectiveness, while his growing reputation for strategic thinking and diplomatic skill had positioned him to play increasingly important roles in the evolving structure of American organized crime. Yet Frank also recognized that his victories had made him a more visible and valuable target, attracting attention that would require even more sophisticated methods for maintaining his position in an environment where success inevitably bred new forms of competition and challenge. The expansion of Frank Costello's criminal empire beyond the confines of New York City began during the prosperous months of 1927, when the enormous profits generated by his bootlegging operations provided the capital necessary to establish operations in distant cities, while his growing reputation opened doors that had previously remained closed to outsiders. The decision to expand represented both a natural evolution of his successful business model and a strategic response to the increasing sophistication of federal law enforcement efforts that made geographic diversification essential for long term survival. Frank's first major expansion took him to New Orleans, a city whose unique culture and relaxed attitude toward vice made it an ideal location for establishing gambling operations that could generate steady revenue independent of prohibition enforcement. The choice of New Orleans reflected Frank's careful analysis of market conditions, political environments, and competitive situations in dozens of potential locations, a process that consumed months of research and reconnaissance before any commitment was made. The appeal of New Orleans lay not only in its tolerance for gambling and other vice activities, but also in its strategic importance as a port city where smuggled alcohol could be landed and distributed throughout the American South. The city's complex network of waterways, its tradition of political corruption, and its diverse population created an environment where Frank's diplomatic skills and organizational expertise could be employed to maximum advantage. Frank's approach to establishing operations in New Orleans demonstrated the sophisticated methods that distinguished his organization from more traditional criminal enterprises. Rather than attempting to impose his authority through violence or intimidation, he spent nearly 6 months building relationships with local political figures, law enforcement officials, and existing criminal organizations, before beginning any illegal activities. The process began with legitimate investments that established Frank's presence in the city while providing cover for more extensive reconnaissance. He purchased a small hotel in the French Quarter, an establishment that catered to tourists and business travelers, while offering opportunities to observe the flow of visitors, the patterns of local law enforcement, and the relationships between various political and criminal factions. The hotel, known as the Royal Orleans, quickly became a gathering place for New Orleans society, hosting dinner parties and social events that allowed Frank to meet the influential figures whose cooperation would be essential to his long term success. His natural charm and sophisticated manner made him a popular addition to the city's social scene, while his obvious prosperity suggested business acumen that other entrepreneurs found attractive. Through these social connections, Frank learned that New Orleans gambling was controlled by a loose confederation of local operators who lacked the organizational sophistication necessary to maximize profits from their advantageous position. The existing gambling establishments were poorly managed, offered limited variety in their games, and failed to provide the kind of luxurious atmosphere that could attract high stakes players from other cities. Frank recognized this situation as an opportunity to establish operations that could serve both local customers and visitors from throughout the South, creating a gambling destination that would generate far greater revenues than the modest establishments that currently dominated the market. His plan involved creating a casino that would rival the finest establishments in Monte Carlo or Havana, offering not only superior gambling facilities, but also elegant dining, quality entertainment, and luxurious accommodations. The implementation of this plan required negotiations with existing gambling operators who might have viewed Frank's proposals as threats to their established territories. His approach to these discussions reflected the diplomatic skills that had served him so well in managing competition in New York, emphasizing cooperation and mutual benefit rather than territorial conquest. Frank proposed creating a new market segment that would attract customers who had never previously visited New Orleans gambling establishments, wealthy tourists, and business travelers who were willing to pay premium prices for superior service and elegant surroundings. His casino would complement rather than compete with existing operations, serving a different clientele while generating increased business for hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues throughout the city. The negotiations that established Frank's position in New Orleans extended through the spring and summer of 1928, involving discussions with more than a dozen different local figures whose cooperation was necessary for successful operations. Each conversation required careful preparation, detailed understanding of individual interests and concerns, and skillful presentation of proposals that addressed specific needs while advancing Frank's overall objectives. The most crucial relationship was with Huey Long, the ambitious politician whose growing influence in Louisiana state government could provide protection from law enforcement interference while opening opportunities for expanded operations throughout the region. Long's populist political philosophy and personal ambitions created opportunities for mutually beneficial arrangements that could serve both men's interests without compromising their respective positions. Frank's meetings with Long took place in elegant restaurants and private clubs, conducted with the formality appropriate to discussions between successful businessmen exploring potential partnerships. The conversations ranged far beyond gambling operations to include investments in legitimate businesses, support for political campaigns, and cooperation in various civic projects that could enhance both men's public reputations The relationship that developed between Frank and Long would prove crucial to the success of operations not only in New Orleans but throughout the American South, where Long's political influence continued to expand during the following years. The politician's protection allowed Frank to establish operations that generated enormous profits while maintaining the low profile that was essential to avoiding federal investigation. Frank's New Orleans casino opened in the autumn of 1928, occupying a magnificent building that had been completely renovated to provide the luxurious atmosphere that Frank believed was essential to attracting high stakes gambling customers. The establishment featured crystal chandeliers, imported marble floors, and furnishings that had been carefully selected to create an environment of understated elegance that would appeal to sophisticated visitors. The gaming rooms offered a variety of gambling opportunities, from traditional card games and roulette to more exotic entertainments that could not be found in other American cities. Professional dealers, many recruited from European casinos, provided the level of service that Frank demanded for all aspects of his operations. The restaurant served cuisine that rivaled the finest establishments in New York or Paris, while the entertainment program featured performers who commanded substantial fees for appearances at legitimate venues. The success of Frank's New Orleans operations exceeded even his optimistic expectations, generating profits that justified the substantial investments required for establishment while demonstrating the effectiveness of his expansion strategy. Within months of opening, the casino had attracted regular customers from throughout the South, wealthy individuals who were willing to travel considerable distances for the unique gambling experience that Frank had created. The expansion into slot machine operations represented another significant development in Frank's growing empire, though this venture required entirely different skills and relationships than his previous enterprises. Slot machines offered the advantage of generating steady revenues with minimal labor costs, but they also required manufacturing capabilities, distribution networks, and service organizations that extended far beyond traditional gambling operations. Frank's entry into the slot machine business began through a partnership with Phil Castell, who possessed the technical expertise necessary to manufacture reliable machines, while Frank provided the capital and organizational skills required for large scale distribution. The partnership combined Frank's understanding of gambling markets with Castell's mechanical abilities, creating an enterprise that could serve customers throughout multiple states. The manufacturing operation was established in a modest factory building in Queens, where skilled craftsmen assembled slot machines using parts that were often produced by legitimate manufacturers who were unaware of their ultimate destination. The machines themselves were engineered to provide entertainment value while ensuring profitable returns for their operators, incorporating features that encouraged extended play while maintaining the reliability necessary for continuous operation. Distribution of the slot machines required negotiations with bar owners, restaurant operators, and social club managers who were willing to install the devices in exchange for shares of the profits they generated. These arrangements created ongoing relationships that required constant maintenance, regular service visits, and careful management of the financial arrangements that governed profit sharing agreements. Frank's slot machine operations expanded rapidly throughout the late 1920s, establishing devices in locations from Boston to Miami, creating a network of passive income sources that required minimal daily management while generating substantial monthly revenues. The success of this expansion demonstrated Frank's ability to identify and exploit new market opportunities while managing increasingly complex business relationships across multiple states. The legitimate businesses that Frank established during this period of expansion served multiple purposes within his overall strategy, providing not only cover for illegal activities, but also generating genuine profits that enhanced his financial position. His investments in restaurants, nightclubs, and entertainment venues created an empire of legitimate enterprises that employed hundreds of people while serving thousands of customers who were unaware of any connection to illegal activities. The Copacabana nightclub, which Frank opened in Manhattan during 1929, represented the pinnacle of his legitimate entertainment enterprises. The establishment featured the finest performers available, elaborate floor shows that rivaled Broadway productions, and a sophisticated atmosphere that attracted celebrities, politicians, and business leaders who appreciated quality entertainment in elegant surroundings. The Copacabana's success reflected Frank's understanding that legitimate businesses could be more than mere fronts for illegal activities, but rather could become profitable enterprises in their own right while providing opportunities to build relationships with influential figures who might prove valuable for various purposes. The club's reputation for excellent entertainment and discreet service made it a popular venue for private parties and business meetings, creating opportunities for Frank to expand his network of political and social connections. By the end of 1929, Frank's empire encompassed operations in more than a dozen cities, generated annual revenues measured in millions of dollars, and employed thousands of people in various capacities, ranging from manufacturing and distribution to entertainment and hospitality services. The organizational complexity of managing such diverse operations required sophisticated communication systems, detailed financial controls, and careful coordination between different geographic regions and business sectors. The stock market crash of October 1929, which devastated many legitimate businesses and created widespread economic hardship throughout the United States, had relatively little impact on Frank's operations since most of his revenues came from activities that were largely immune to conventional economic pressures. Gambling, alcohol consumption, and other vice activities often increased during periods of economic stress, as people sought escape from their financial problems or attempted to solve them through games of chance. Frank's expansion during the 1920s had established him as one of the most successful criminal entrepreneurs in American history, with an organization that rivaled major legitimate corporations in its scope and sophistication. Yet, he understood that this success had also made him more visible to federal law enforcement agencies that were beginning to develop new techniques for investigating large-scale criminal enterprises. The methods that had served him so well during the early years of Prohibition would need to be refined and adapted to address the new challenges that would inevitably accompany his continued growth and success. As Frank stood in his office, overlooking the lights of Manhattan on a cold December evening in 1929, reviewing reports from his operations in a dozen different cities, he recognized that his expansion had created both unprecedented opportunities and equally unprecedented risks that would test his abilities in ways that no previous challenges had required. The mastery of political corruption that would become Frank Costello's greatest legacy began not with crude bribery or obvious intimidation, but through the patient cultivation of relationships that transformed illegal payments into what appeared to be legitimate business transactions, campaign contributions, and civic partnerships. By 1930, Frank had developed corruption into an art form so sophisticated that many of the officials who accepted his money genuinely believed they were engaging in normal political and business activities rather than participating in criminal enterprises. The foundation of Frank's corruption network rested on his understanding that most politicians and law enforcement officials were not inherently dishonest, but rather were trapped in systems that made corruption almost inevitable for those seeking to advance their careers or simply maintain their positions. Police officers earned salaries that could barely support their families, yet were expected to resist temptations that could provide more money in a single night than they earned in months of legitimate work. Politicians needed campaign funds to remain competitive, yet had few sources of substantial donations other than individuals and organizations whose generosity came with unstated expectations of reciprocal favors. Frank's approach to corruption began with careful research into the personal and professional circumstances of potential targets, identifying individuals whose particular vulnerabilities or ambitions made them receptive to subtle forms of influence. Rather than approaching officials with obvious bribes or explicit demands for cooperation, Frank created opportunities for mutually beneficial relationships that could develop gradually over months or years of patient cultivation. The corruption of Police Inspector William O'Dwyer illustrated Frank's sophisticated methods perfectly. O'Dwyer was an ambitious man whose desire for political advancement was constrained by limited financial resources and the need to maintain a reputation for integrity that would appeal to voters in future campaigns. Frank's initial contact with O'Dwyer came through a seemingly innocent invitation to attend a charity dinner at the Copacabana, an event that raised money for families of police officers killed in the line of duty. The charity dinner provided an elegant setting where O'Dwyer could meet influential figures from legitimate business and social circles, connections that could prove valuable to his political aspirations, regardless of any relationship with Frank. The evening was conducted with such obvious respectability that O'Dwyer felt comfortable accepting the invitation and enjoyed the opportunity to network with potential supporters for his anticipated campaign for district attorney. Frank's conversations with O'Dwyer that evening focused on legitimate topics: municipal government challenges, public safety concerns, and the inspector's thoughtful approaches to law enforcement problems. No illegal subjects were discussed, no favors were requested, and no money changed hands. Yet the evening established the beginning of a relationship that would gradually evolve into one of the most valuable corruption arrangements in Frank's extensive network. Subsequent interactions between Frank and O'Dwyer followed similar patterns: social occasions that provided opportunities for casual conversations about politics, law enforcement, and civic issues that interested both men. Frank's obvious intelligence and sincere interest in municipal problems made him an engaging companion, while his connections to influential figures in business and entertainment created opportunities for O'Dwyer to expand his own network of political relationships. The transformation of their social relationship into a corruption arrangement occurred so gradually that O'Dwyer likely never recognized a specific moment when he crossed the line from legitimate networking to illegal cooperation. Frank's requests for information began with questions that seemed reasonable for any citizen to ask about public safety issues or municipal policies. His offers of assistance started with legitimate campaign contributions and invitations to social events that could enhance O'Dwyer's political profile. Only after months of developing trust and mutual respect did Frank's requests begin to involve information about planned police raids, personnel changes in law enforcement agencies, or political developments that might affect criminal prosecutions. Even then, his requests were presented as natural extensions of their ongoing conversations about municipal issues, questions that a concerned citizen might reasonably ask of a trusted friend in law enforcement. Frank's method for delivering payments to corrupted officials demonstrated similar sophistication, avoiding obvious cash transactions that could be detected by investigators or used as evidence in criminal prosecutions. Instead, payments often took the form of gambling winnings at Frank's establishments, consulting fees from legitimate businesses he controlled, or investment opportunities that provided unusually favorable returns without requiring actual financial risk. O'Dwyer's payments, for example, came primarily through his periodic visits to Frank's private gambling rooms, where he invariably experienced remarkable luck that resulted in winnings substantially larger than his losses. These gambling sessions appeared completely legitimate to casual observers, since O'Dwyer was actually playing games of chance and could reasonably claim that his profits resulted from skill and fortune rather than predetermined arrangements. The corruption network that Frank developed during the early 1930s extended throughout the political and law enforcement hierarchy of New York City, from beat patrolmen who provided advance warning of minor raids to judges who influenced sentencing decisions for Frank's associates. Each relationship was carefully managed to minimize risks while maximizing benefits, with payments calibrated to the value of services received and the vulnerability of individuals providing those services. Frank's relationship with Mayor Jimmy Walker represented perhaps the most sophisticated corruption arrangement of his career, involving a man whose flamboyant lifestyle and expensive tastes made him chronically short of money despite his substantial salary and political influence. Walker's need for additional income created opportunities for Frank to provide financial assistance that could be disguised as legitimate business investments or political contributions. The mayor's cooperation was secured through a series of seemingly unrelated transactions that provided Walker with the money necessary to maintain his extravagant lifestyle while giving Frank the political protection essential to his expanding criminal operations. Walker received profits from stock investments that Frank arranged to be unusually successful, consulting fees from businesses that Frank controlled, and opportunities to participate in real estate ventures that provided substantial returns with minimal risk. In exchange, Walker ensured that police department priorities focused on crimes that did not interfere with Frank's operations, that municipal inspections avoided businesses where Frank conducted illegal activities, and that political appointments favored individuals who were sympathetic to Frank's interests. The arrangement was so carefully structured that Walker could honestly claim that his decisions were based on his assessment of public safety needs and municipal efficiency rather than any desire to assist criminal enterprises. Frank's corruption of federal officials required even greater sophistication, since these individuals were generally better paid, more carefully supervised, and subject to more rigorous background investigations than local police officers or municipal politicians. Success at the federal level required identifying officials whose particular circumstances made them vulnerable to corruption despite their generally superior positions and stronger ethical training. The corruption of federal judge Martin Manton illustrated Frank's ability to identify and exploit vulnerabilities that were not immediately obvious to casual observers. Manton appeared to be a model federal official with a distinguished legal career, a reputation for integrity, and a comfortable income that should have made him immune to financial temptation. Yet Frank's research revealed that the judge had made several unfortunate investments that had created serious financial pressures. Despite his substantial salary, Frank's approach to Manton began through intermediaries who could provide investment opportunities that would solve the judge's financial problems without creating obvious connections to criminal activities. Manton was offered opportunities to purchase stock in companies that Frank secretly controlled, investments that provided returns so favorable that they eliminated his financial difficulties while creating ongoing obligations to protect the sources of his improved circumstances. The judge's cooperation was expressed not through obvious favoritism in criminal cases, but through subtle influences on judicial procedures that benefited Frank's organization in ways that were difficult for prosecutors to detect or prove. Sentences for Frank's associates were often at the lower end of acceptable ranges. Bail amounts were set at levels that made prompt release possible, and procedural rulings favored defense arguments in marginal situations. Frank's corruption network extended beyond individual officials to encompass entire institutions that could provide systematic protection for his operations. His influence within Tammany Hall, the Democratic political organization that controlled New York City politics, was achieved through relationships with dozens of party officials whose cooperation created an environment where Frank's activities could continue with minimal interference. The development of these institutional relationships required Frank to become a significant figure in New York's political landscape, contributing substantial amounts of money to Democratic candidates and causes while building personal friendships with party leaders whose support could be crucial during periods of increased law enforcement attention. His contributions to political campaigns were carefully documented and publicly reported, creating the appearance of legitimate civic engagement while providing him with access to influential politicians who might otherwise have remained beyond his reach. Frank's annual New Year's Eve parties at the Copacabana became legendary events that brought together hundreds of political figures, law enforcement officials, business leaders, and entertainment personalities in an atmosphere of elegant celebration that strengthened the personal relationships essential to his corruption network. These gatherings were conducted with such obvious respectability that attendance enhanced rather than damaged the reputations of public officials, while providing Frank with opportunities to maintain his extensive network of political relationships. The guest lists for these parties read like directories of New York's political and social elite, including mayors, judges, police commissioners, congressmen, and business leaders who appreciated both the quality of Frank's entertainment and the opportunities to network with other influential figures. The parties were covered by society columnists and photographed for major newspapers, creating public records of Frank's social respectability that made it difficult for critics to portray him as a typical criminal figure. By the mid-1930s, Frank's corruption network had become so extensive and sophisticated that it functioned almost like a parallel government, providing services and protection that legitimate institutions often failed to deliver. Police officers who needed assistance with personal problems could turn to Frank for help that their official superiors were unable or unwilling to provide. Politicians who required campaign contributions or policy advice could rely on Frank's support and counsel without compromising their public positions. The effectiveness of Frank's corruption system was demonstrated repeatedly during the numerous investigations and prosecutions that targeted organized crime figures throughout the 1930s. While many of his competitors were arrested, convicted, and imprisoned, Frank's operations continued with minimal disruption, protected by political and law enforcement officials whose cooperation had been secured through years of careful cultivation and generous compensation. Frank's ability to corrupt authority figures represented more than mere criminal success, but rather reflected his deep understanding of the inherent contradictions within American political and legal systems. He recognized that the same democratic institutions that were supposed to prevent corruption also created the conditions that made corruption almost inevitable, as elected officials needed money to maintain their positions, while law enforcement officers were expected to resist temptations that their salaries made difficult to ignore. As Frank reviewed his corruption network during the quiet hours of a winter evening in 1935, studying files that contained detailed information about hundreds of political and law enforcement relationships, he understood that his greatest achievement lay not in any single criminal enterprise, but rather in his creation of a system that made his criminal enterprises almost immune to conventional law enforcement methods. The years between 1940 and 1950 marked the absolute zenith of Frank Costello's power and influence, a decade during which he operated as the unofficial prime minister of American organized crime while maintaining the public facade of a successful, legitimate businessman whose opinions were sought by politicians, journalists, and civic leaders throughout the United States. His daily routine during these remarkable years reflected the complex duality of a man who could breakfast with federal judges, lunch with movie stars, and spend his evenings mediating disputes between criminal organizations whose combined revenues rivaled those of major corporations. Frank's primary residence during this period was an elegant apartment on Central Park West, a spacious dwelling whose understated luxury reflected his sophisticated taste and his understanding that true power was best expressed through quiet elegance rather than ostentatious display. The apartment's living room featured floor to ceiling windows that overlooked Central Park, providing a serene view of trees and walking paths that offered a striking contrast to the intense urban energy that characterized Frank's professional activities. The furnishings throughout the apartment were selected with the careful attention that Frank brought to every aspect of his public image, combining genuine antiques with contemporary pieces that created an atmosphere of refined prosperity without the gaudy excess that marked many newly wealthy individuals. Persian rugs covered polished hardwood floors, while oil paintings by respected artists decorated walls painted in subtle colors that complemented the natural light streaming through the large windows. Frank's morning routine began at precisely 7 o'clock each day, when he would rise, dress in one of his hand tailored suits, and spend 30 minutes reading newspapers from New York, Washington, Chicago, and Los Angeles. This daily review of national and local news provided Frank with the information necessary to understand political developments, economic trends, and social changes that might affect his various enterprises or create new opportunities for expansion. The newspapers that occupied Frank's attention each morning included not only the obvious choices like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, but also specialized publications that covered particular industries or political developments of interest to his operations. Trade publications for the entertainment industry provided insights into opportunities for legitimate investments, while political newsletters offered detailed analyses of legislative developments that might affect gambling laws or other regulations relevant to Frank's activities. Frank's breakfast was typically a simple affair consisting of fresh fruit, toast, and coffee served on fine china while he continued his review of the morning news. The meal was prepared by his housekeeper, Mrs. Antonelli, an elderly Italian woman whose family had worked for Frank for more than 15 years and whose absolute discretion made her invaluable in maintaining the privacy essential to his dual existence. Following breakfast, Frank would spend an hour in his private study, a room lined with bookshelves containing volumes on history, politics, and business that reflected his continuing education in subjects relevant to his expanding influence. The study also contained a sophisticated communications center that allowed Frank to maintain contact with his various operations throughout the United States, though all conversations were conducted in coded language that would appear innocuous to anyone who might be monitoring his telephone calls. The telephone calls that filled Frank's morning hours connected him to a network of associates, advisors, and business partners whose combined activities generated revenues that economists would later estimate exceeded $100 million annually during the peak years of his influence. These conversations covered topics ranging from the mundane details of restaurant operations to the complex negotiations required to resolve territorial disputes between different criminal organizations. Frank's first appointment of each day typically occurred at 10 o'clock in the morning when visitors would arrive at his Central Park West apartment for meetings that were conducted with the formality appropriate to discussions between successful businessmen. The apartment's living room served as an informal office where Frank would receive everyone from legitimate business partners seeking his investment in new ventures to criminal associates requiring his approval for various operational decisions. The diversity of Frank's morning visitors during this period reflected the extraordinary breadth of his influence across both legitimate and illegal enterprises. On a typical Monday morning, Frank might meet with the manager of one of his restaurants to discuss menu changes and staffing decisions, followed by a conversation with a political figure seeking his support for a particular legislative initiative, and concluding with a discussion with criminal associates about territorial arrangements that could affect gambling operations in multiple states. Each meeting was carefully scheduled to avoid conflicts that might create awkward situations for visitors who preferred not to encounter certain other individuals in Frank's waiting room. His secretary, Miss Reynolds, maintained appointment schedules with the precision of a diplomatic protocol officer, ensuring that politicians never encountered obvious criminal figures, that business associates were separated from potentially controversial visitors, and that the overall flow of meetings created an impression of legitimate business activity. Frank's lunch meetings represented perhaps the most visible aspect of his peak influence, taking place in the finest restaurants in Manhattan, where his presence was welcomed by management and other diners who recognized him as a significant figure in New York's business and social community. These meals were rarely simple social occasions, but rather served as informal conferences where Frank could conduct business while maintaining the appearance of casual dining with friends and associates. The restaurant that hosted many of Frank's most important lunch meetings was Toots Shores, an establishment that catered to celebrities, politicians, and business leaders who appreciated both excellent food and absolute discretion regarding the conversations that took place at its tables. Frank's regular table at Toots Shores became an informal office where he could meet with individuals whose public positions might make visits to his apartment inappropriate or potentially embarrassing. The lunch conversations that took place at Frank's table covered an extraordinary range of topics, from discussions about legitimate business investments to negotiations involving complex political arrangements that could affect criminal prosecutions or regulatory decisions. Frank's ability to move seamlessly between these different subjects, often within the same conversation, demonstrated the intellectual agility that had made him so successful in managing his diverse enterprises. Among the regular participants in Frank's lunch meetings were entertainment industry figures who valued his advice on business matters and appreciated his connections to investors who could finance new productions. Frank's involvement in the entertainment industry extended beyond simple financial investment to include relationships with performers, directors, and producers who recognized his influence within industry circles. His relationship with Frank Sinatra illustrated the complex nature of Frank's entertainment industry connections. Sinatra genuinely respected Frank's business acumen and frequently sought his advice on career decisions, while Frank appreciated the social prominence that came with friendship with one of America's most popular entertainers. Their relationship provided mutual benefits that extended far beyond the business arrangements that initially brought them together. Frank's afternoon schedule typically included visits to his various legitimate business establishments, tours that served both operational and public relations purposes. These visits allowed Frank to maintain personal oversight of enterprises that generated substantial legal income while demonstrating his role as a hands on businessman whose success resulted from careful attention to detail and customer service. The Copacabana nightclub remained the jewel of Frank's legitimate enterprises, an establishment that attracted the most prominent figures from entertainment, politics, and business, while generating profits that would have been impressive for any conventional restaurant or entertainment venue. Frank's personal involvement in the club's operations ensured that it maintained the standards of excellence that made it a preferred destination for New York's elite. During his visits to the Copacabana, Frank would personally greet important customers, review financial reports with the management team, and observe the performances of entertainers whose contracts he had personally approved. These activities served multiple purposes, maintaining the quality standards that protected the club's reputation, while providing opportunities for Frank to strengthen his relationships with the influential figures who frequented the establishment. Frank's evening hours were often devoted to attendance at social events that maintained his position within New York's elite circles, gatherings that provided opportunities to expand his network of political and business relationships while demonstrating his acceptance within legitimate society. These events included charity fundraisers, political receptions, and private parties hosted by prominent figures who valued Frank's company and contributions. The charity work that occupied much of Frank's evening schedule reflected both his genuine desire to contribute to worthy causes and his understanding that philanthropic activities enhanced his public reputation while creating opportunities to build relationships with civic leaders. His contributions to various charitable organizations were substantial and well documented, creating public records of his civic engagement that contradicted attempts to portray him as a typical criminal figure. Frank's involvement in political activities during his peak years extended far beyond the corruption relationships that protected his criminal enterprises to include genuine participation in policy discussions and campaign activities that affected issues of legitimate public interest. His opinions on municipal government, economic development, and social programs were sought by politicians who recognized his intelligence and his practical understanding of how policies affected different segments of society. The complexity of Frank's daily routine during his peak years reflected the extraordinary scope of his influence across multiple sectors of American society. His activities on any given day might include negotiations with labor union leaders, discussions with entertainment industry executives, meetings with political figures, and conversations with criminal associates about operational issues that affected his various illegal enterprises. The management of such diverse activities required organizational skills that Frank had developed over decades of experience in coordinating complex operations while maintaining the secrecy necessary to protect illegal activities from law. Enforcement investigation, his ability to compartmentalize different aspects of his life, keeping criminal associates separate from legitimate business partners, while ensuring that all of his various enterprises received appropriate attention, demonstrated the intellectual capacity that had made his rise to power possible. Frank's influence during these peak years extended beyond New York to encompass criminal organizations throughout the United States, as his reputation for intelligence, fairness, and strategic thinking made him a respected mediator in disputes between different criminal groups. His role as an elder statesman of organized crime required him to balance the competing interests of various factions while maintaining the stability necessary for continued profitable operations. The respect that Frank commanded within the national organized crime community was demonstrated repeatedly during the major conferences that brought together criminal leaders from different cities to discuss territorial arrangements, operational procedures, and responses to law enforcement pressure. Frank's opinions carried enormous weight in these discussions, reflecting his demonstrated success in building and maintaining profitable criminal enterprises while avoiding the violence and publicity that had destroyed many of his competitors. By 1950, Frank Costello had achieved a position within American society that was probably unique in the nation's history, a man who simultaneously commanded respect within legitimate business and political circles while exercising enormous influence over criminal activities that generated hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue. His success in maintaining this dual existence reflected not only his personal abilities, but also the social and political conditions that made such arrangements possible during the middle decades of the 20th century. As Frank stood at the windows of his Central Park West apartment on a quiet evening in the spring of 1950, looking out over the park toward the lights of Manhattan's East Side, he could reasonably consider himself one of the most powerful men in America. Yet he also understood that the very success that had brought him to this remarkable position had also made him a target for law enforcement agencies that were developing new techniques and legal authorities that could threaten even the most sophisticated criminal enterprises. The price of power revealed itself to Frank Costello, not through dramatic confrontations or obvious tragedies, but through the gradual accumulation of losses that were nearly invisible to the outside world, yet profoundly shaped the private moments when he sat alone in his Central Park West apartment, surrounded by the evidence of his success, yet increasingly isolated from the simple human connections that had once given his life meaning beyond the pursuit of influence and wealth. The marriage that had sustained Frank through his early criminal career began to show signs of strain during the late 1930s, when his wife Loretta found herself living with a man who had become increasingly distant from the passionate young immigrant she had fallen in love with decades earlier. The transformation was not sudden or dramatic, but rather took the form of countless small absences, missed dinners, and conversations that were interrupted by telephone calls that required Frank's immediate attention. Loretta had understood from the beginning that Frank's business activities were not entirely legitimate, Yet she had been able to rationalize his involvement in bootlegging and gambling as temporary necessities that would eventually give way to more conventional enterprises, as his success provided opportunities for legitimate investments. The reality proved far more complex as Frank's criminal activities grew more sophisticated and demanding rather than diminishing as his wealth increased. The elegant apartment that Frank had provided for Loretta represented everything she had dreamed of during their early years of marriage, when they had shared cramped quarters and worried about paying rent. The spacious rooms filled with beautiful furniture, the view of Central Park, and the respect accorded to Frank by waiters and shopkeepers throughout the city should have fulfilled her expectations of married life with a successful businessman. Yet the apartment often felt empty despite its luxury, a stage set for a domestic life that rarely materialized due to Frank's increasingly complex professional obligations. Frank's daily routine left little time for the kind of intimate conversation that had characterized their early relationship, when they would spend hours discussing their hopes, fears, and observations about the world around them. His mornings were consumed by newspapers and telephone calls, his afternoons filled with meetings and business visits, and his evenings devoted to social obligations that often required Loretta to accompany him to events where she smiled graciously while understanding little about the conversations that swirled around her. The social events that dominated Frank's evening schedule placed particular strain on his marriage, since Loretta was expected to interact with the wives of politicians, judges, and business leaders without knowing which relationships were based on legitimate business dealings and which involved the corruption arrangements that protected Frank's criminal enterprises. The uncertainty created constant anxiety about saying the wrong thing or inadvertently revealing information that could compromise Frank's carefully maintained public image. Loretta's isolation was compounded by her growing awareness that many of the women she met at social gatherings possessed knowledge about their husbands' careers that she lacked about Frank's activities. While other wives could discuss their husband's work with pride and understanding, Loretta was forced to maintain vague conversations about Frank's restaurant and entertainment businesses, never certain which details were safe to share and which might create problems she could not anticipate. The children that Frank and Loretta had hoped would strengthen their marriage never materialized, a disappointment that both blamed on the stress and irregular schedules that characterized Frank's professional life. The absence of children eliminated what might have been a source of shared joy and common purpose, leaving their relationship to depend entirely on their personal connection at a time when Frank's attention was increasingly focused on maintaining his expanding criminal empire. Frank's relationship with his extended family provided another source of personal disappointment, as his success in organized crime created barriers between him and relatives who had chosen to pursue legitimate careers. His brothers and sisters had initially been proud of Frank's apparent prosperity, yet they gradually became uncomfortable with the publicity that surrounded his activities and the implications of maintaining close relationships with someone whose reputation was increasingly controversial. Family gatherings that had once been sources of comfort and connection became tense affairs where conversations carefully avoided any reference to Frank's business activities, while relatives struggled to balance their affection for Blythe, him with their concerns about the potential consequences of public association with a known criminal figure. The warmth and spontaneity that had characterized Frank's family relationships during his youth gradually gave way to polite but distant interactions that left him feeling cut off from his roots. Frank's parents, who had sacrificed so much to bring their family to America and had been initially delighted by their son's apparent success, lived their final years in a state of bewildered anxiety about the path Frank's life had taken. They could never reconcile the generous and respectful son they knew in private with the public figure who appeared in newspaper headlines and police investigations. The gap between these two versions of their son created a source of constant worry that shadowed their remaining years. The legitimate business relationships that Frank had worked so carefully to cultivate provided their own forms of personal isolation, since maintaining these relationships required him to present a version of himself that was necessarily incomplete and often deliberately misleading. Business partners who respected Frank's intelligence and judgment never knew about the criminal activities that had provided the capital for his investments, while criminal associates could never fully understand his interest in legitimate enterprises that seemed to offer lower profits and greater risks than illegal activities. This compartmentalization of his life meant that Frank could never be entirely honest with anyone, never fully relax in the company of friends who might judge him harshly if they understood the complete scope of his activities. Every conversation required careful calculation about what information was safe to share, what subjects should be avoided, and what persona was appropriate for the particular audience he was addressing. The psychological toll of maintaining multiple identities became increasingly apparent during Frank's quiet moments. When he would sit alone in his study, reviewing the newspapers that chronicled the activities of Frank Costello, the public figure, while contemplating the growing distance between that public image and his private sense of himself. The man who had begun his criminal career with clear goals and definite ideas about what he wanted to achieve had gradually become something he had never intended to become: a public figure whose reputation overshadowed his personal identity. Frank's health began to show signs of the stress that accompanied his position during the mid 1940s, when he developed the stomach problems and insomnia that would plague him for the remainder of his life. The elegant meals at expensive restaurants that were essential to maintaining his social relationships became sources of physical discomfort, while the late nights, required by his entertainment industry investments, conflicted with his body's need for regular rest. The constant awareness of potential threats to his safety created a level of vigilance that made genuine relaxation impossible, even during moments that should have been sources of pleasure and satisfaction. Frank could never entirely enjoy a beautiful sunset or an excellent meal without maintaining some awareness of his surroundings, never completely trust new acquaintances without considering their potential motives, never fully embrace success without calculating the risks it created for his continued survival. The friendships that might have provided emotional support during difficult periods were complicated by Frank's understanding that most people who sought his company were motivated at least partially by his wealth, influence, or connections, rather than genuine affection for his personality or character. While Frank enjoyed the respect and attention that accompanied his position, he remained aware that many relationships that appeared to be based on friendship actually represented business arrangements or social climbing strategies. Even his relationship with Frank Sinatra, which provided genuine pleasure and seemed to transcend the usual calculations that governed Frank's social interactions, was complicated by the knowledge that their friendship created publicity problems for both men. The entertainment industry's concerns about Sinatra's association with known criminal figures meant that their relationship had to be carefully managed to avoid damage to the singer's career, adding an element of calculation to what should have been a source of uncomplicated enjoyment. The charitable activities that Frank pursued with genuine enthusiasm provided some relief from the isolation that characterized other aspects of his life, offering opportunities to use his wealth and influence for purposes that were unambiguously beneficial to society. His contributions to hospitals, orphanages, and other worthy causes created relationships with people who appreciated his generosity without seeking additional favors or advantages from their association with him. Yet, even Frank's philanthropic activities were complicated by his awareness that publicizing his charitable work could help counteract negative publicity about his criminal activities, creating questions about whether his generosity was motivated by genuine altruism or calculated public relations strategy. The uncertainty made it difficult for Frank to take unqualified satisfaction from activities that should have been sources of pride and fulfillment. The loneliness that increasingly characterized Frank's personal life was perhaps most evident during the holiday seasons, when his apartment would be filled with expensive gifts and elaborate decorations that created the appearance of festive celebration while failing to generate the warmth and joy that such occasions were supposed to provide. The contrast between the external trappings of success and the internal reality of isolation became particularly acute during times that emphasized family connections and personal relationships. Frank's growing awareness of his mortality during the 1940s prompted periods of reflection on the choices he had made and the life he had constructed through decades of careful calculation and strategic thinking. The young man who had entered criminal activity as a means of escaping poverty had achieved wealth and power beyond anything he had originally imagined, yet he found himself questioning whether the price he had paid was justified by the rewards he had received. The realization that his criminal career had cost him the possibility of a normal family life, genuine friendships, and peaceful retirement created moments of regret that Frank rarely allowed himself to acknowledge openly. The path he had chosen had provided extraordinary opportunities for achievement and influence, yet it had also eliminated possibilities for simple pleasures and uncomplicated relationships that might have proved more satisfying than the complex web of power and obligation he had created. Frank's contemplation of alternative life paths remained largely private, shared with no one who might have provided comfort or understanding. The isolation that his success had created meant that the doubts and regrets that occasionally surfaced during his quiet moments had to be managed alone, without the support that friends or family might have provided to someone whose life had taken a more conventional direction. As Frank sat in his study on a quiet evening in 1950, surrounded by the evidence of his remarkable achievements, yet feeling the weight of all the personal connections that his success had made impossible, he understood that the price of power was measured not only in the obvious risks of imprisonment or violence, but also in the subtler losses of intimacy, trust, and simple human warmth that had been gradually sacrificed to maintain his position within both criminal and legitimate society. The evening of May 2nd, 1957, began like countless others in Frank Costello's carefully orchestrated life, with dinner at an elegant Manhattan restaurant, followed by a quiet ride through the city streets that had witnessed his transformation from immigrant child to one of America's most powerful criminal figures. Nothing in the gentle spring air or the familiar rhythm of urban traffic suggested that this particular evening would shatter the illusion of invulnerability that Frank had maintained for more than 3 decades of criminal success. Frank had spent the early evening at L'Aiglon, a sophisticated French restaurant on East 55th Street, dining with several associates who were involved in legitimate entertainment businesses that formed an increasingly important part of his financial empire. The conversation had been pleasant and routine, focusing on upcoming performances at venues Frank controlled, new acts that might be worth booking, and the complex logistics of managing entertainment enterprises that served both legitimate customers and provided meeting places for less conventional business discussions. The meal concluded at approximately 10:30 in the evening, and Frank declined his companion's suggestions that they extend the evening with visits to nightclubs or gambling establishments. His decision to return home early was influenced partly by fatigue from a busy week of meetings and partly by his growing preference for quiet evenings that provided relief from the constant social obligations that had characterized his peak years of influence. Frank's driver that evening was Nat Bodian, a reliable man who had worked for Frank for nearly 15 years and whose discretion and competence had made him invaluable for transportation needs that often involved sensitive destinations and confidential passengers. Bodian knew the routes that Frank preferred for different types of trips, understanding when to take direct paths to minimize travel time and when to use circuitous routes that might help detect surveillance or provide opportunities for private conversations. The ride from the restaurant to Frank's apartment building on Central Park West proceeded without incident, following familiar streets through Manhattan's Upper East Side toward the elegant residential neighborhood that Frank had called home for more than a decade. The conversation between Frank and Bodian was minimal, consisting mainly of brief comments about traffic conditions and weather forecasts, the comfortable silence of two men who had shared thousands of similar rides without need for constant communication. Frank's apartment building, the Majestic, stood 18 stories tall at the corner of Central Park West and 72nd Street, its elegant facade and doorman protected entrance reflecting the prosperity and security that Frank had worked so carefully to achieve. The building housed some of New York's most successful professionals and business leaders, individuals who valued both luxury and privacy in their residential arrangements. The Majestic's lobby featured marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and furnishings that created an atmosphere of understated elegance appropriate to its distinguished residents. The evening doorman, James Fogarty, had worked at the building for more than 20 years and knew most residents by sight, greeting them with the respectful courtesy that was expected in such establishments, while maintaining the discretion that residents valued above mere politeness. Frank entered the lobby at approximately 11:15 in the evening, exchanging brief pleasantries with Fogarty before approaching the elevator that would carry him to his apartment on the 18th floor. His routine upon returning home typically included reviewing telephone messages, reading evening newspapers that had arrived during his absence, and perhaps spending a few quiet minutes in his study before retiring for the night. The elevator operator, Thomas Milligan, had transported Frank countless times during the years he had lived in the building, and their brief conversations usually covered mundane topics like weather, current events, or building maintenance issues that might affect residents. This evening's ride to the 18th floor proceeded normally, with Milligan operating the elevator with the smooth efficiency that characterized all services provided by the Majestic's well-trained staff. Frank's apartment door was located at the end of a carpeted hallway that provided privacy from other residents while offering views through windows that overlooked Central Park. The hallway was dimly lit by wall sconces that created pools of warm light while maintaining the quiet atmosphere that residents expected during evening hours. Frank had walked this hallway thousands of times during his years in the building, and its familiar carpet, wallpaper, and lighting fixtures provided a sense of security and routine that was increasingly precious to him as his public prominence made many aspects of his life more complicated and dangerous. As Frank approached his apartment door, fishing in his pocket for the keys that would admit him to the sanctuary he had created within the elegant confines of the majestic, he was probably thinking about the comfortable routines that would fill the remaining hour or two before he retired for the night. The apartment represented more than mere luxury, but rather embodied the successful completion of a journey that had begun in the crowded tenements of East Harlem more than half a century earlier. The sound of footsteps behind him in the carpeted hallway would not have been particularly alarming, since other residents often returned home during the late evening hours, and the building's security arrangements made it highly unlikely that unauthorized persons could reach the upper floors. Frank likely gave little attention to the approaching footsteps as he inserted his key into the lock of his apartment door, his mind already focused on the quiet activities that would conclude his day. Vincent Gigante had been waiting in the building's lobby for more than an hour, dressed in bathrobe and pajamas that were intended to create the impression that he was a resident returning from a brief errand or perhaps suffering from some form of mental disturbance that would make him an unlikely suspect for premeditated violence. The disguise reflected careful planning that extended beyond the immediate requirements of the assassination attempt to include preparation for potential legal consequences if the operation was unsuccessful. Gigante's approach to Frank in the hallway was swift and purposeful, closing the distance between them before Frank could react to the threat or seek protection behind his apartment door. The attack began with a single gunshot fired at close range, the sound echoing through the carpeted corridor with shocking intensity that contrasted dramatically with the peaceful quiet that typically characterized the building's residential floors. The bullet struck Frank in the head, causing immediate trauma that sent him stumbling against the wall beside his apartment door while blood began to flow from the wound. Yet the injury, though serious, was not immediately fatal, leaving Frank conscious and aware of his attacker's continued presence in the hallway. The survival instincts that had served Frank throughout his criminal career remained active despite his physical trauma, directing his attention toward assessing the situation and identifying potential responses. Gigante's reaction to Frank's continued consciousness suggested that the assassination attempt had not proceeded according to plan, since most such operations were designed to ensure immediate death that would prevent the victim from identifying the attacker or seeking help. The need to fire additional shots increased the risk of detection while providing Frank with crucial seconds to respond to his desperate situation. Frank's response to the attack demonstrated the physical courage and mental clarity that had contributed to his success in surviving decades of dangerous criminal activities. Despite his serious injury and the shock of the unexpected assault, he managed to remain upright and alert, calling out for help in a voice that carried clearly through the building's corridors and attracted immediate attention from other residents and building staff. The sound of gunshots in the Majestic's quiet hallways created immediate alarm throughout the building, as residents who had been preparing for sleep suddenly found themselves confronting the kind of violence that was supposed to be excluded by the building's security measures and elite clientele. Doors opened cautiously as residents attempted to understand what was happening while remaining protected within their apartments. Gigante's escape from the building required him to traverse the same lobby where he had waited for Frank's return passing the doorman, who would later provide crucial testimony about his appearance and behavior. The bathrobe and pajamas that had been intended to provide cover for the attack now made Gigante conspicuous as he fled through streets where such attire was highly unusual during late evening hours. The emergency response to Frank's shooting involved police officers, paramedics, and hospital personnel who worked together to provide immediate medical treatment while gathering evidence that might identify the attacker and establish motives for the assassination attempt. Frank's survival of the initial shooting created opportunities for law enforcement to gather information that would have been impossible if the attack had achieved its intended result. Frank's treatment at Roosevelt Hospital required immediate surgery to address the bullet wound and stabilize his condition, procedures that were complicated by his age and the location of his injury. The medical team worked throughout the night to ensure his survival, while police officers waited for opportunities to question him about the attack and his knowledge of potential suspects. The publicity generated by the assassination attempt transformed Frank from a behind the scenes figure whose influence was known primarily to law enforcement officials and organized crime associates into a national celebrity whose survival of a dramatic murder attempt captured public attention throughout the United States. Newspaper headlines and radio broadcasts provided detailed coverage of the shooting while speculating about the motives and identities of those responsible for the attack. Frank's decision regarding cooperation with police investigators reflected the complex calculations that governed his relationships with law enforcement throughout his career. While his survival depended partly on official protection from further assassination attempts, providing detailed information about criminal associates and organizational relationships could expose him to additional dangers while undermining the reputation for discretion that had made him valuable to other criminal leaders. The investigation that followed the shooting revealed the extent of Frank's influence within organized crime while demonstrating the challenges that law enforcement faced in prosecuting figures whose activities were protected by sophisticated corruption networks and carefully maintained legitimate facades. Evidence gathered during the investigation would eventually contribute to legal proceedings that affected Frank's operations for years following the assassination attempt. Frank's recovery from his injuries required months of medical treatment and physical therapy, during which he remained vulnerable to additional attacks while attempting to maintain control over criminal enterprises that required constant attention and decision making. The shooting had demonstrated that his previous sense of security was illusory, forcing him to implement new protective measures while reconsidering the risks and benefits of his continued involvement in organized crime. The psychological impact of the assassination attempt proved as significant as the physical trauma, destroying Frank's confidence in his ability to predict and control the dangers that surrounded his activities. For a man whose success had been built on careful analysis and strategic planning, the sudden realization that he remained vulnerable to unpredictable violence created anxiety that affected every aspect of his daily routine. As Frank lay in his hospital bed during the weeks following the shooting, surrounded by flowers from well-wishers and protected by police officers who represented the same system he had spent decades corrupting, he understood that the attempt on his life marked the end of an era in his criminal career. The invulnerability that had allowed him to operate openly in legitimate society while directing vast illegal enterprises had been shattered by a few seconds of violence that demonstrated the ultimate fragility of even the most carefully constructed criminal empires. The assassination attempt that had shattered Frank Costello's sense of invulnerability proved to be merely the opening movement in a symphony of legal and political pressures that would systematically dismantle the protective networks he had spent decades constructing. The shooting at the Majestic Apartments had transformed Frank from a shadowy figure whose influence was known primarily to insiders into a national celebrity whose every movement attracted media attention and whose survival had made him a symbol of organized crime's resilience in the face of violent opposition. The publicity surrounding the assassination attempt created immediate complications for the political figures who had benefited from Frank's corruption arrangements, as their relationships with him became subjects of intense scrutiny from journalists and reform minded prosecutors who had previously lacked the public support necessary to challenge well established patterns of municipal corruption. The shooting had provided concrete evidence that Frank was indeed the dangerous criminal figure that law enforcement officials had long claimed, making it politically impossible for his associates to continue defending their relationships with him as innocent business arrangements. Senator Estes Kefauver's special committee to investigate crime in interstate commerce had been conducting hearings throughout the United States since 1950, but the attempted murder of Frank Costello provided the dramatic focal point that transformed the committee's work from a bureaucratic investigation into a national crusade against organized crime. The senator recognized that Frank's survival of the assassination attempt had created a unique opportunity to examine the operations of organized crime through the testimony of someone who had occupied its highest levels for more than 3 decades. The committee's decision to subpoena Frank for public testimony represented a calculated risk that reflected both the political value of such hearings and the practical difficulties of forcing a sophisticated criminal figure to provide useful information under oath. Frank's reputation for intelligence and discretion suggested that he would be unlikely to reveal significant information about criminal operations or corrupt relationships. Yet, his appearance before the committee would provide valuable publicity for the anti-crime crusade while demonstrating the government's determination to confront organized crime figures directly. Frank's preparation for his appearance before the Kefauver Committee required careful coordination between his legal representatives and the political advisors who understood the broader implications of his testimony for both his personal interests and the various political figures whose careers could be affected by revelations about their relationships with him. The challenge lay in providing testimony that would satisfy legal requirements while avoiding disclosures that could damage either Frank's position within organized crime or his relationships with legitimate associates who valued their privacy. The hearing room in the federal courthouse in Foley Square was packed with journalists, law enforcement officials, and curious spectators who recognized that Frank's appearance represented an unprecedented opportunity to observe one of America's most successful criminal figures under the intense scrutiny of a congressional investigation. The atmosphere combined the formality appropriate to a legal proceeding with the theatrical excitement that accompanied major public events involving famous personalities. Frank's appearance before the committee on March 13th, 1951, demonstrated both his sophisticated understanding of legal procedures and his remarkable ability to maintain composure under pressure that would have overwhelmed less experienced individuals. Dressed in an elegant suit that reflected his legitimate business success, Frank presented himself as a successful entrepreneur whose activities were entirely legal and whose reputation for criminal involvement was based on unfounded speculation rather than concrete evidence. The questioning that Frank faced during his committee appearance revealed the sophisticated techniques that congressional investigators had developed for examining criminal figures whose activities were protected by layers of legitimate businesses, corrupt officials, and carefully maintained secrecy. The senators attempted to establish patterns of criminal behavior through questions about Frank's associates, his sources of income, and his involvement in specific incidents that had attracted law enforcement attention over the years. Frank's responses to the committee's questions displayed the verbal agility that had made him successful in managing complex negotiations throughout his criminal career, providing answers that were technically truthful while avoiding revelations that could be used as evidence in criminal prosecutions or that might damage his relationships with criminal associates. His testimony acknowledged his involvement in legitimate businesses while denying knowledge of illegal activities that prosecutors had been unable to prove in court. The most dramatic moment of Frank's testimony occurred when he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self incrimination in response to questions about his sources of income and his relationships with known criminal figures. The decision to claim constitutional protection rather than providing potentially incriminating answers was legally sound, yet it created the public impression that Frank was indeed involved in criminal activities that he was unwilling to discuss under oath. The media coverage of Frank's committee appearance transformed him from a behind the scenes figure into a household name throughout the United States, as newspapers and television broadcasts provided detailed coverage of his testimony while speculating about the criminal activities that he had declined to discuss publicly. The publicity generated by the hearings made it impossible for Frank to continue operating with the anonymity that had been essential to his success in maintaining relationships with legitimate business and political figures. The political consequences of Frank's newfound notoriety extended throughout the networks of corruption that had protected his operations for decades, as elected officials and law enforcement administrators found themselves under pressure to demonstrate their commitment to fighting organized crime by taking action against figures who had previously operated with immunity. The public attention focused on Frank's activities made it politically dangerous for officials to continue providing the protection and cooperation that had been essential to his success. Mayor William O. Dwyer, whose relationship with Frank had been one of the most valuable corruption arrangements in his network, found his political career destroyed by revelations about their association that emerged during the committee hearings and subsequent investigations. O'Dwyer's resignation from office and his appointment to a diplomatic position in Mexico represented both the end of a valuable relationship for Frank and a clear indication that the political environment had changed dramatically in ways that threatened all of his established arrangements. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, which had previously focused its attention on bank robberies, kidnapping, and other conventional crimes, began developing sophisticated techniques for investigating organized crime figures whose activities were protected by political corruption and carefully maintained legitimate facades. The Bureau's new approach emphasized long-term surveillance, financial investigations, and the development of informants who could provide inside information about criminal operations. Director J. Edgar Hoover's personal interest in Frank's case reflected both his recognition of the publicity value of pursuing a nationally known criminal figure and his understanding that successful prosecution of Frank could demonstrate the Bureau's effectiveness in combating organized crime. The resources devoted to investigating Frank's activities exceeded anything that had previously been applied to organized crime cases, including round the clock surveillance, detailed financial analysis, and coordination with local law enforcement agencies throughout the United States. The surveillance that federal agents maintained on Frank's activities created constant pressure that affected every aspect of his daily routine, as he became aware that his telephone calls were monitored, his movements were recorded, and his associates were photographed and identified for potential prosecution. The knowledge that government agents were documenting his activities made it necessary to modify operational procedures that had been effective for decades, creating inefficiencies that reduced the profitability of various enterprises while increasing their vulnerability to law enforcement action. Frank's legitimate businesses, which had previously provided both income and cover for illegal activities, became liabilities as federal investigators examined their operations for evidence of tax evasion, regulatory violations, and connections to criminal enterprises. The Copacabana nightclub, which had been one of Frank's most successful and prestigious ventures, attracted particular attention from investigators who suspected that it served as a meeting place for criminal figures and a vehicle for laundering illegal profits. The entertainment industry, relationships that had provided Frank with social respectability and legitimate business opportunities, became sources of embarrassment and legal risk as performers, producers, and venue operators sought to distance themselves from someone whose criminal associations had become matters of public record. Frank Sinatra, whose friendship with Frank had been genuine and mutually beneficial for many years, found his own career threatened by their association as critics and industry executives pressured him to end his relationship with known criminal figures. The slot machine operations that had generated steady revenues for Frank's organization throughout the 1940s became primary targets for federal investigators who could demonstrate clear violations of interstate commerce. Laws through the transportation of gambling devices across state lines. The evidence gathered through surveillance of these operations provided prosecutors with concrete proof of criminal activity that was difficult to dispute or explain through claims of legitimate business purposes. Frank's attempts to maintain his gambling operations in Louisiana encountered increased resistance from federal authorities, who were no longer willing to tolerate arrangements that had functioned smoothly for more than a decade. The death of Huey Long's political organization and the election of reform-minded officials created an environment where Frank's previous immunity from prosecution was no longer reliable, forcing him to abandon operations that had been among his most profitable ventures. The tax evasion charges that federal prosecutors began developing against Frank represented perhaps the most serious legal threat he had ever faced, since the government's ability to analyze financial records and trace income sources had improved dramatically since the techniques that had successfully prosecuted Al Capone in the 1930s. Frank's sophisticated money laundering operations, which had previously provided effective protection against tax investigations, were systematically dismantled through detailed analysis of bank records, business transactions, and lifestyle expenditures. The grand jury proceedings that examined Frank's activities created additional pressure on associates who were called to testify about their knowledge of his business operations, relationships, and sources of income. The threat of perjury charges forced many individuals to choose between protecting Frank through false testimony or providing truthful information that could be used in his prosecution. Decisions that revealed the limits of loyalty within criminal organizations when participants faced serious personal legal consequences. Frank's health problems, which had begun with the stress related conditions that accompanied his peak years of influence, were exacerbated by the constant pressure of federal investigation and the knowledge that his carefully constructed empire was being systematically dismantled by forces beyond his control. The stomach ailments and insomnia that had troubled him for years became more severe as he struggled to manage legal challenges while maintaining operational control over criminal enterprises that required constant attention. The isolation that had characterized Frank's personal life during his years of peak influence became more pronounced as former associates sought to protect themselves by avoiding contact with someone who had become a primary target of federal investigation. Business partners who had valued Frank's advice and financial resources began declining social invitations and business opportunities rather than risk their own reputations through continued association with him. As Frank sat in his Central Park West apartment during the autumn of 1957, reading newspaper accounts of federal investigations that seemed to close in around him from every direction, while reviewing legal documents that outlined the charges he would likely face in the coming months, he understood that the world he had constructed through 4 decades of careful planning and strategic thinking was collapsing with the same inexorable momentum that had once propelled his rise to power. The erosion of trust that had sustained Frank Costello's criminal empire for more than 3 decades began not with dramatic betrayals or obvious defections, but through the subtle withdrawal of loyalty that occurred as federal investigations made association with him increasingly dangerous for even his closest associates. The bonds of mutual obligation and shared risk that had held his organization together during years of prosperity proved fragile when tested by the relentless pressure of government scrutiny and the prospect of lengthy prison sentences for any teen, those caught in the expanding web of criminal prosecutions. The first signs of organizational decay appeared in the changed behavior of men who had worked with Frank for decades, individuals whose dedication had seemed unshakable during the profitable years when federal law enforcement posed minimal threats to sophisticated criminal enterprises. These longtime associates began finding excuses to avoid meetings, delayed responses to requests for information, and demonstrated a newfound reluctance to discuss business matters that had previously been routine subjects of conversation. Anthony Carfano, whose expertise in port operations had made him invaluable to Frank's smuggling enterprises during the Prohibition era, exemplified the psychological transformation that affected many of Frank's key personnel as federal investigations intensified. Carfano had once eagerly sought opportunities to discuss operational improvements, expansion possibilities, and strategic responses to competitive threats. Yet by 1958, his conversations with Frank had become increasingly brief and focused on immediate tactical concerns rather than long term planning. The change in Carfano's demeanor reflected his awareness that federal agents were conducting detailed investigations of dock workers, shipping companies, and port facilities that could expose smuggling operations that had operated successfully for decades. The knowledge that his every movement was likely being monitored and documented created anxiety that made him reluctant to engage in the kind of detailed planning sessions that had been essential to coordinating complex criminal enterprises. Frank recognized that Carfano's withdrawal represented more than personal nervousness, but rather indicated a fundamental shift in the risk reward calculations that governed relationships within organized crime. The enormous profits that had made federal prosecution risks acceptable during previous decades were declining due to increased law enforcement pressure, while the potential penalties for criminal conviction had grown more severe as prosecutors developed more sophisticated techniques for gathering evidence and building cases. The defection of Vincent Allo proved particularly devastating to Frank's organization, both because of Allo's intimate knowledge of political corruption arrangements and because his departure signaled to other associates that even the most trusted lieutenants were willing to abandon their loyalty when self-preservation required such decisions. Allo's cooperation with federal investigators provided prosecutors with detailed information about bribery systems, money laundering operations, and territorial agreements that had been among Frank's most closely guarded secrets. Allo's decision to become a government informant reflected his calculation that cooperation with federal authorities offered better prospects for avoiding lengthy imprisonment than continued loyalty to an organization that was being systematically dismantled by law enforcement agencies. His intimate knowledge of Frank's operations, accumulated through decades of participation in the highest levels of decision making, made his testimony invaluable to prosecutors who had previously struggled to penetrate the secrecy that protected organized crime activities. The revelation that Alo was cooperating with federal investigators created immediate suspicions about the loyalty of other longtime associates, as Frank and his remaining supporters attempted to identify additional informants whose testimony could threaten their freedom. The paranoia that accompanied these investigations poisoned relationships that had been built on decades of mutual trust, creating an atmosphere of suspicion that made normal business operations increasingly difficult to maintain. Frank's attempts to identify informants within his organization required careful analysis of who possessed knowledge that could have contributed to specific law enforcement actions, a process that forced him to acknowledge how extensively his secrets had been shared among associates whose loyalty he had previously taken for granted. The realization that dozens of individuals possessed information that could result in his prosecution created anxiety that affected his sleep, his appetite, and his ability to make the clear decisions that had characterized his management style throughout his career. The wiretapping operations that federal agents conducted on Frank's telephone communications revealed the extent to which his conversations had become guarded and suspicious as he attempted to conduct business while avoiding statements that could be used as evidence in criminal prosecutions. The coded language and indirect references that characterized his telephone calls created inefficiencies that hampered coordination of various enterprises while failing to provide effective protection against sophisticated surveillance techniques. Willie Moretti, whose gregarious personality and extensive social connections had made him valuable for managing customer relationships and public relations activities, became a liability as his deteriorating mental health made him increasingly unreliable in maintaining the discretion essential to protecting organizational secrets. Moretti's tendency to discuss criminal activities openly, combined with his unpredictable behavior during social situations, created constant anxiety about what information he might inadvertently reveal to federal investigators or journalists seeking inside information about organized crime operations. The decision to eliminate Moretti represented one of the most painful choices Frank faced during the breakdown of his organization, since their relationship had been based on genuine friendship as well as business partnership. Yet Moretti's mental deterioration made him an unacceptable security risk whose continued presence could threaten the freedom of everyone associated with Frank's enterprises. The necessity of approving such action demonstrated the harsh calculations that ultimately governed organized crime relationships, regardless of personal affections or historical loyalties. Frank's relationship with Meyer Lansky, which had been based on mutual respect and profitable cooperation for more than 20 years, became strained as both men faced federal investigations that made their continued association dangerous for their respective organizations. Lansky's sophistication in financial matters and his extensive international connections had made him a valuable partner in various enterprises, and the insurers. Yet the attention that federal investigators focused on their relationship created risks that neither man could afford to ignore. The gradual dissolution of the partnership between Frank and Lansky reflected the broader fragmentation of organized crime leadership as federal pressure made cooperation between different criminal organizations increasingly dangerous. The meetings that had once allowed criminal leaders to coordinate activities, resolve disputes, and plan new ventures became impossible to conduct safely, as any gathering of known criminal figures attracted immediate law enforcement attention that could provide evidence for conspiracy prosecutions. Thomas Lucchese, whose accounting expertise had been essential to Frank's money laundering operations, began distancing himself from activities that left paper trails that federal investigators could analyze to trace the flow of illegal profits through legitimate businesses. Lucchese's withdrawal from financial management responsibilities created operational problems that forced Frank to rely on less experienced individuals whose mistakes could expose hidden assets to government seizure. The breakdown of financial coordination within Frank's organization created cascading problems that affected every aspect of his various enterprises, from the day-to-day operations of legitimate businesses to the complex arrangements that protected criminal activities from detection. The loss of Lucchese's expertise in managing these financial relationships left Frank vulnerable to discovery of assets that could be confiscated by government agencies while providing evidence for tax evasion prosecutions. Phil Castle's decision to relocate his operations outside the United States represented another significant defection that deprived Frank of expertise in slot machine manufacturing and distribution that had generated substantial revenues for decades. Castle's move to Central America was motivated by his assessment that federal investigations made continued operations within the United States too dangerous to justify the potential profits, a calculation that reflected the changed environment facing organized crime figures throughout the country. The loss of Castell's slot machine operations eliminated one of Frank's most reliable sources of income, while demonstrating to other associates that successful criminal entrepreneurs were abandoning traditional organized crime. Activities in favor of opportunities that offered better risk-reward ratios. The message that such departures sent to remaining organization members was that loyalty to Frank was becoming a liability rather than an asset for ambitious criminals seeking to protect their futures. Frank's attempts to maintain discipline within his fragmenting organization were complicated by his recognition that excessive pressure on wavering associates might drive them toward cooperation with federal authorities, while insufficient leadership could result in the complete collapse of enterprises that still generated substantial profits despite increased law enforcement attention. The balance between maintaining authority and avoiding actions that could accelerate defections required constant recalculation as circumstances changed almost daily. The surveillance that federal agents maintained on Frank's activities provided them with detailed information about which associates were maintaining regular contact with him and which were attempting to distance themselves from his raft. Organization. This intelligence allowed prosecutors to apply targeted pressure on individuals who appeared most likely to cooperate, offering reduced sentences or immunity from prosecution in exchange for testimony about Frank's criminal activities. The plea negotiations that prosecutors conducted with Frank's former associates created additional pressures on individuals who remained loyal to his organization as they became aware that their continued refusal to cooperate could result in harsher sentences than those received by individuals who provided information about criminal activities. The knowledge that cooperation could provide significant benefits while loyalty offered only increased legal risks fundamentally altered the calculations that governed relationships within organized crime. Frank's health problems, which had been manageable during his peak years of influence, became more serious as the stress of organizational collapse combined with his advancing age to create medical conditions that required constant attention. The stomach ailments and cardiovascular problems that had developed during the 1940s worsened under the pressure of federal investigations, forcing him to spend increasing amounts of time managing his health rather than directing criminal enterprises. The isolation that characterized Frank's personal life during his final years as an active criminal leader was compounded by the security precautions that became necessary as former associates provided federal authorities with detailed information about his habits, preferences, and relationships. The restaurants where he had once dined openly became security risks, while the social events that had maintained his connections to legitimate society were no longer safe to attend. As Frank sat alone in his Central Park West apartment during the winter of 1959, reviewing financial statements that showed the declining revenues from enterprises that had once generated enormous profits, he understood that the trust that had been the foundation of his success had been systematically destroyed by forces that no amount of intelligence, wealth, or political influence could overcome. The empire he had built through decades of careful relationship management was dissolving as each former associate made individual calculations about survival that excluded loyalty to a leader whose protection could no longer be guaranteed. The final chapter of Frank Costello's criminal career unfolded not through the dramatic courtroom battles or spectacular defeats that had marked the downfall of many organized crime figures, but through a series of calculated retreats and strategic compromises that reflected his understanding that the world he had helped create was being transformed by forces beyond his ability to control or influence. The reckoning that arrived during the early 1960s came in the form of legal pressures, organizational changes, and personal realizations that made his continued active participation in organized crime both impossible and unnecessary. The tax evasion conviction that federal prosecutors finally secured against Frank in 1959 represented less a defeat than a recognition of political reality, as his legal advisors had long understood that some form of criminal conviction was inevitable, given the government's determination to pursue him, regardless of the costs or legal complexities involved. The charges themselves were relatively minor compared to the scope of Frank's actual criminal activities, focusing on technical violations of tax law rather than the extensive corruption, gambling, and racketeering operations that had been the foundation of his wealth and influence. Frank's decision to accept a plea agreement that resulted in an 11-month prison sentence reflected his calculation that prolonged legal battles would be more costly and dangerous than a brief period of incarceration that would satisfy the government's political need to demonstrate success in prosecuting organized crime figures. The plea negotiations were conducted with the same careful attention to strategic considerations that had characterized Frank's approach to business decisions throughout his criminal career. The federal prison in Atlanta, where Frank served his sentence, provided an environment that was far removed from the elegant restaurants and sophisticated social gatherings that had characterized his daily routine during his years of peak influence, yet he adapted to the institutional constraints with the same pragmatic acceptance that had enabled him to survive and prosper in diverse circumstances throughout his life. The prison library became his refuge, offering opportunities to read extensively about subjects that had interested him during his legitimate business activities. Frank's fellow inmates included individuals from various backgrounds and criminal specialties, providing him with insights into aspects of illegal enterprise that had been outside his direct experience during his focus on organized crime activities. The conversations that took place during meals and recreation periods revealed the extent to which law enforcement techniques had evolved to address different types of criminal activity, information that reinforced his understanding that the era of large scale organized crime operations was ending. The correspondence that Frank maintained with associates and family members during his incarceration was carefully monitored by prison officials, yet it provided opportunities to maintain relationships that remained important to his personal well being and his plans for life after his release from federal custody. The letters he received from former business partners and social acquaintances demonstrated the complex attitudes that legitimate society maintained towards someone whose criminal activities had become matters of public record. Some correspondents expressed genuine concern for Frank's welfare and looked forward to his return to civilian life, while others maintained only perfunctory contact that fulfilled social obligations without indicating any desire to resume the relationships that had existed before his legal problems became public. The variation in responses reflected the broader social changes that were affecting attitudes toward organized crime and its place within American society. Frank's release from prison in 1961 coincided with significant changes in the organized crime landscape that made his previous methods of operation obsolete, as younger criminal leaders adopted more violent and less sophisticated approaches to illegal enterprise, while law enforcement agencies developed new techniques for investigating and prosecuting organized crime activities. The world he returned to bore little resemblance to the environment in which he had achieved his greatest successes. The New York criminal community that had once recognized Frank as its unofficial leader had fragmented into competing factions whose relationships were characterized by suspicion and violence rather than the cooperative arrangements that had maximized profits during the Prohibition era and its aftermath. The diplomatic skills that had been Frank's greatest asset were less valuable in an environment where disputes were resolved through assassination rather than negotiation. Frank's attempts to resume active participation in organized crime activities were complicated by his recognition that many of his former enterprises had been taken over by other criminal figures whose methods and objectives differed significantly from his own approach to illegal business. The slot machine operations that had generated steady revenues for decades were being displaced by more sophisticated forms of gambling that required different types of expertise and organizational relationships. The political corruption networks that had been essential to Frank's success had been largely destroyed by federal investigations and reform movements that had replaced many of the officials who had provided protection for organized crime activities. The new generation of politicians and law enforcement administrators were less susceptible to the corruption arrangements that had characterized municipal government during Frank's peak years of influence. Frank's legitimate businesses, which had survived his legal difficulties and continued to generate income during his incarceration, provided opportunities for him to maintain a comfortable lifestyle without returning to the risks associated with active criminal leadership. The restaurants, real estate investments, and entertainment venues that he controlled offered sufficient income to support his personal needs while avoiding the scrutiny that would have accompanied any attempt to rebuild his criminal organization. The health problems that had troubled Frank during his final years of active criminal leadership became more serious as he aged, requiring medical attention that made the stress and irregular schedule of criminal activities increasingly difficult to manage. The stomach ailments and cardiovascular problems that had developed during the 1940s progressed to the point where his physicians advised him to avoid the kind of high stress situations that had been routine aspects of organized crime leadership. Frank's relationship with his wife Loretta improved during his retirement from criminal activities, as his reduced involvement in illegal enterprises allowed them to spend more time together without the security concerns and social complications that had characterized their marriage during his years of peak influence. The elegant apartment on Central Park West became a peaceful retreat rather than a command center for criminal operations. The social isolation that had marked Frank's personal life during his criminal career was partially alleviated by his retirement, as former associates who had distanced themselves during the period of federal investigations began tentative efforts to renew friendships that had been interrupted by legal and security concerns. The renewed contact with old friends provided emotional satisfaction that had been missing during the lonely years when his criminal reputation had made genuine personal relationships difficult to maintain. Frank's involvement in charitable activities increased during his retirement as he had more time to devote to philanthropic interests that had been secondary concerns during his active criminal career. His contributions to hospitals, orphanages, and educational institutions provided opportunities to use his wealth for purposes that were unambiguously beneficial to society while creating positive legacies that could balance the negative aspects of his criminal reputation. The respect that Frank continued to command within the organized crime community was demonstrated by the younger criminal leaders who sought his advice on strategic questions and territorial disputes that required the kind of diplomatic expertise that he had developed during decades of successful negotiation and mediation. His counsel was valued because it was based on extensive experience rather than current involvement in criminal activities. Frank's role as an elder statesman of organized crime allowed him to influence the development of criminal enterprises without participating directly in illegal activities that could result in additional prosecutions. His recommendations about organizational structure, personnel selection, and strategic planning were sought by criminal leaders who recognized the value of his experience while understanding that his active participation was no longer possible. The memoirs that Frank began writing during his retirement provided opportunities to reflect on the choices he had made and the consequences they had produced, both for his personal life and for American society. The process of reviewing his career from the perspective of advanced age and reduced circumstances created insights into the relationships between individual ambition, social conditions, and historical forces that had shaped his remarkable rise and ultimate decline. Frank's analysis of his own career acknowledged both his achievements in building sophisticated criminal enterprises and his failures in maintaining the personal relationships that might have provided greater satisfaction than the achiumo's wealth and power that had consumed most of his adult life. The recognition that success in criminal activities had required sacrifices that could not be reversed or compensated created moments of regret that were balanced by pride in his accomplishments. The changing neighborhood around Frank's Central Park West apartment reflected the broader social transformations that had occurred during his lifetime as New York City evolved from the immigrant dominated metropolis of his youth into a more diverse and sophisticated urban center where organized crime occupied a smaller role in the economic and political landscape. The streets that had once been his territory bore little resemblance to the environment where he had learned the lessons that shaped his criminal career. Frank's daily routine during his retirement years was marked by the quiet activities that had been impossible during his years of active criminal leadership. He read extensively, attended cultural events that interested him, and maintained correspondence with friends and associates whose relationships were based on personal affection rather than business necessity. The peace that characterized these activities provided satisfactions that had been missing during his pursuit of power and wealth. The recognition that his criminal career had ended not through defeat but through obsolescence provided Frank with a philosophical framework for understanding his place in the broader history of American organized crime. He had succeeded magnificently within a particular social and political environment, yet that environment had been transformed by forces that made his methods irrelevant to the challenges facing newer generations of criminal entrepreneurs. As Frank sat in his study on a quiet evening in 1970, reviewing newspaper accounts of organized crime activities that bore little resemblance to the enterprises he had once directed, he understood that his active participation in criminal leadership had concluded not with dramatic finality, but with the gradual recognition that the world had changed in ways that made his continued involvement both unnecessary and impossible. The reckoning that had arrived was not the violent destruction that had befallen many of his contemporaries, but rather the peaceful transition from active leadership to honored retirement that had allowed him to survive and prosper in ways that few criminal figures ever achieved. The death of Frank Costello on February 18th, 1973, marked not only the end of a remarkable individual life, but also the conclusion of an era in American organized crime that would never be repeated. As news of his passing spread through the neighborhoods of New York City, where his influence had once shaped the daily lives of thousands of people, the obituaries and retrospective articles that appeared in newspapers throughout the United States struggled to capture the complexity of a man who had simultaneously embodied the worst aspects of criminal enterprise and demonstrated organizational abilities that rivaled those of the most successful, legitimate businessmen of his generation. The funeral services that honored Frank's memory drew an unexpected mixture of mourners who reflected the extraordinary breadth of relationships he had maintained throughout his long and controversial career. Former associates from his criminal enterprises stood quietly beside legitimate business partners who had valued his intelligence and reliability, while politicians whose careers had been enhanced by his support shared their grief with entertainment industry figures who had genuinely appreciated his friendship and counsel. The presence of federal agents who photographed attendees and recorded license plate numbers served as a final reminder of the law enforcement attention that had shadowed Frank's activities for decades. Yet, the atmosphere of genuine mourning that characterized the services suggested that his influence had extended far beyond the criminal activities that had made him notorious. The floral arrangements that filled the funeral home included tributes from charitable organizations, cultural institutions, and community groups that had benefited from his generosity during his later years. Frank's impact on the development of organized crime in America extended far beyond his personal achievements to encompass fundamental changes in how criminal enterprises were structured, managed, and integrated with legitimate society. The diplomatic approach to criminal leadership that he had pioneered during the 1920s and 30s became the standard model for successful organized crime figures throughout the United States, replacing the crude violence and territorial warfare that had characterized earlier criminal organizations. The emphasis on corruption rather than confrontation that had been central to Frank's success influenced generations of criminal leaders who recognized that sustainable illegal enterprises required cooperative relationships with political and law enforcement officials rather than the adversarial approaches that inevitably attracted unwanted attention. The sophisticated bribery systems that Frank had developed became templates that were adapted and refined by criminal organizations throughout the country, creating networks of corruption that persisted long after his active involvement in organized crime had ended. Frank's integration of legitimate and illegal enterprises established patterns that fundamentally altered the relationship between organized crime and conventional business, as criminal leaders learned to use legal investments not merely as covers for illegal activities, but as genuine sources of income that could provide financial stability and social respectability. The restaurants, nightclubs, and entertainment venues that Frank had operated became models for criminal enterprises that generated substantial legitimate profits while serving the operational needs of illegal organizations. The entertainment industry connections that Frank had cultivated during his peak years of influence created lasting changes in how organized crime figures approached celebrity relationships and public relations activities. His friendships with performers, producers, and media personalities demonstrated that criminal leaders could benefit from association with legitimate celebrities while providing valuable services that enhanced their entertainment careers. The relationship between Frank and Frank Sinatra became particularly significant in popular culture, inspiring countless books, movies, and television programs that explored the connections between organized crime and the entertainment industry. While these fictional portrayals often exaggerated or romanticized the actual nature of their friendship, they reflected genuine fascination with the ways that criminal and legitimate worlds had intersected during the middle decades of the 20th century. Frank's influence on gambling industries extended far beyond his personal slot machine operations to encompass fundamental changes in how Americans approached legalized gambling and its regulation. The sophisticated gambling establishments that he had operated in New Orleans and other cities provided models for the casino industries that would eventually develop in Las Vegas, Atlantic City, and other locations where gambling became legal recreational activity. The organizational methods that Frank had developed for managing complex gambling operations influenced the legitimate casino industry as it evolved during the decades following his retirement from active criminal leadership. His emphasis on customer service, quality entertainment, and luxurious atmospheres became standard features of successful gambling establishments throughout the United States, while his understanding of odds, probability, and customer psychology contributed to the mathematical foundations of modern casino operations. Frank's approach to money laundering through legitimate businesses established techniques that became standard practices throughout organized crime, creating systems for converting illegal profits into apparently legal assets that could be invested, spent, or inherited without attracting law enforcement attention. The shell companies, front businesses, and complex financial arrangements that he had pioneered were refined and expanded by subsequent generations of criminal leaders who faced increasingly sophisticated government efforts to trace and confiscate illegal profits. The corruption methods that Frank had perfected during his career provided blueprints that were adapted by organized crime figures throughout the United States, creating systemic problems that persisted long after his individual influence had waned. The techniques he had developed for identifying, recruiting, and managing corrupt officials became standard practices that contributed to ongoing challenges in maintaining the integrity of political and law enforcement institutions. Frank's impact on law enforcement was equally significant, as his success in avoiding prosecution, despite decades of obvious criminal activity, forced federal agencies to develop new investigative techniques, legal authorities, and organizational structures that were specifically designed to address the challenges posed by sophisticated criminal enterprises. The Federal Bureau of Investigation's expansion into organized crime investigation was largely a response to the inadequacy of traditional law enforcement methods when applied to figures like Frank, who operated through corruption rather than violence. The legislative changes that were enacted during and after Frank's career, including the development of conspiracy laws, racketeering statutes, and financial reporting requirements, were designed to address the specific techniques that he and other organized crime leaders had used to avoid prosecution while maintaining extensive criminal operations. The legal tools that prosecutors eventually developed to combat organized crime were largely responses to the innovative methods that Frank had pioneered during his decades of successful criminal leadership. Frank's influence on popular culture extended far beyond his individual story to encompass broader changes in how Americans understood and portrayed organized crime in books, movies, and television programs. The sophisticated criminal leader who operated through intelligence and corruption rather than crude violence became a standard character type that reflected public fascination with Frank's actual methods and achievements. The numerous biographical works, documentary films, and fictional portrayals that have examined Frank's life and career demonstrate the continuing public interest in understanding how an individual could achieve such remarkable success within criminal enterprises while maintaining relationships with legitimate society. These cultural products have contributed to ongoing discussions about the relationships between crime, politics, and business in American society. Frank's philanthropic activities during his later years created lasting institutions and programs that continued to benefit communities long after his death, providing concrete evidence that his influence extended beyond criminal activities to include genuine contributions to social welfare and cultural development. The hospitals, educational programs, and charitable organizations that received his support represented attempts to create positive legacies that could balance the negative aspects of his criminal career. The neighborhoods of New York City, where Frank had lived and operated, retain traces of his influence decades after his death, as the restaurants, buildings, and institutions that he had supported continued to serve communities that had been shaped by his presence. The physical landmarks associated with his career became elements of local history that reflected the complex relationships between organized crime and urban development during the 20th century. Frank's family members, who had struggled throughout his career to balance their affection for him with their concerns about his criminal reputation, were able to maintain dignified lives that honored his memory while avoiding the controversies that had surrounded his public activities. Their success in achieving respectability while acknowledging their relationship to him provided evidence that the negative consequences of criminal association could be overcome through time and appropriate behavior. The financial empire that Frank had constructed through decades of criminal activity was largely dispersed through legitimate channels that provided for his family's security while avoiding the asset forfeiture procedures that might have claimed wealth that could be traced to illegal sources. His success in protecting his accumulated wealth demonstrated the effectiveness of the money laundering techniques he had developed throughout his career. As the years passed following Frank's death, his story became increasingly viewed as a historical phenomenon that reflected particular social and political conditions that were unlikely to be repeated in contemporary America. The opportunities for large scale criminal enterprise that had existed during Prohibition and its aftermath were largely eliminated by changes in law enforcement capabilities, legal authorities, and social attitudes that made Frank's methods obsolete for newer generations of criminal leaders. The legacy that Frank Costello left behind encompassed both the negative consequences of criminal leadership and the positive evidence of intellectual abilities that might have produced remarkable achievements if they had been applied to legitimate enterprises. His story serves as a complex reminder of human potential and the ways that individual choices, social conditions, and historical circumstances combine to shape lives that can simultaneously inspire admiration and provoke moral condemnation. In the quiet moments of reflection that follow any consideration of his remarkable career, one cannot help but wonder what different paths might have been possible for a man whose intelligence, ambition, and organizational abilities were so extraordinary that they transformed not only his own life, but the entire landscape of American organized crime.